Imagine tens of thousands of peasants leaving their homes with nothing but faith in their hearts and crude weapons in their hands. They believed they were marching to liberate the holiest city in the world. Behind them followed powerful knights, men of steel and ambition, ready to carve their names into history. What began as a call to rescue Jerusalem would erupt into massacres, epic battles, and the birth of new kingdoms in foreign lands. Before we dive into the battles, betrayals, and bloodshed of the First Crusade, I'd like to ask you for one quick favor. If you enjoy exploring history's most shocking and forgotten stories, make sure to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you'll never miss the next epic chapter of the past. Now, let's journey back to the year 1096, when the People's Crusade set the stage for one of the most dramatic wars in history. The First Crusade, 1096 to 1099, did not emerge in isolation, but was the product of deep transformations in the medieval world. In the 11th century, the Seljuk Turks rose to power in the Islamic East, sweeping across Persia and into Anatolia. Their decisive victory over the Byzantine Empire at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071 left Asia Minor largely under Turkish control, only shadows melting into darkness, fracturing the Byzantine frontier and weakening imperial authority. The once mighty Byzantine Empire, long considered the bulwark of Christendom in the East, now faced the imminent threat of collapse. In desperation, Emperor Alexios I Komnenos appealed to the West for military aid, a request that would spark one of the most dramatic episodes in medieval history. At the same time, Western Europe was undergoing its own transformations. The feudal system produced a warrior aristocracy in constant search of land, wealth, and status. The papacy, seeking to expand its spiritual and political authority, found an opportunity in responding to Byzantium's plea. In 1095, at the Council of Clermont, Pope Urban II issued a call to arms, urging Christian knights and commoners alike to liberate the Holy Land from Muslim control. His speech electrified audiences by combining religious fervor with promises of earthly and eternal rewards. For the devout, participation in the crusade offered the remission of sins and the assurance of salvation. For ambitious nobles, it promised land, glory, and new opportunities in the East. Religious motives were paramount. Jerusalem, the site of Christ's crucifixion and resurrection, was viewed as the ultimate prize for Christendom. Yet the crusade cannot be reduced to piety alone. Political calculations were equally critical. The Pope sought to assert leadership over Christendom, while European knights sought to channel their violent energies away from internecine wars at home. Economic motives also played a role. Merchants from Italian city-states, like Venice and Genoa, saw the chance to expand trade routes into the Eastern Mediterranean, while poorer knights and peasants sought material relief in the promise of conquered lands. Thus, the First Crusade was born out of a convergence of crises and ambitions. Byzantine desperation, papal opportunism, and the intertwined religious, political, and economic aspirations of medieval Europe. It marked the beginning of 2 centuries of holy wars that would reshape both East and West. The People's Crusade, 1096, when Pope Urban II called for the liberation of Jerusalem at Clermont in November 1095. His words ignited not only the knightly classes of Europe, but also the imaginations of ordinary men and women. While the formal crusade under noble leadership took months to organize, a wave of popular enthusiasm surged almost immediately. Known as the People's Crusade, this movement was less disciplined, poorly equipped, and tragically doomed. Yet it reveals the extraordinary power of religious zeal and desperation in medieval society. Preachers and inspiration. Peter the Hermit's role, central to the People's Crusade, was the charismatic preacher Peter the Hermit. A small, gaunt, and ascetic figure, Peter claimed to have received a divine vision of Christ, commanding him to lead the faithful eastward. Riding on a donkey, barefoot, and in humble garb, he traveled through France and the Rhineland, captivating crowds with impassioned sermons. Chroniclers like Albert of Aachen describe how men and women were swept up by his words, abandoning homes, farms, and families, in the belief that God had chosen them to reclaim the Holy Sepulchre. For peasants who lived lives of hardship, the message was electrifying. The promise of salvation, coupled with the possibility of escaping poverty and serfdom, made the crusade appear as both a spiritual duty and a social opportunity. Something. Unlike knights who carefully planned their expeditions, these peasants acted impulsively. By spring 1096, tens of thousands, including farmers, artisans, women, and even children, began streaming eastward, armed with little more than farm tools, makeshift weapons, and boundless conviction. Pogroms in the Rhineland, religious fervor, however, often twisted into violence. Many crusaders viewed the expedition as a broader war against all perceived enemies of Christ. This sentiment found its most horrific expression in the Rhineland massacres, or pogroms, against Jewish communities. As groups of crusaders passed through the cities of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, they turned their zeal into persecution of Jews, accusing them of being Christ killers and obstacles to God's plan. Led by figures like Count Emicho of Flonheim, mobs stormed Jewish quarters, killing men, women, and children. Despite attempts by some local bishops to protect the Jews, Bishop Johann of Speyer reportedly sheltered many in his palace. Violence often overwhelmed such efforts. Estimates suggest thousands of Jews were murdered in these pogroms. For Jewish chroniclers like Solomon Bar Simpson, these massacres represented a devastating rupture, showing how apocalyptic Christian fervor could explode into indiscriminate brutality. The Rhineland massacres remain one of the darkest legacies of the People's Crusade, illustrating the dangers of religious extremism when combined with social unrest. The journey through Central Europe. After gathering in various contingents across France and Germany, the disparate bands of crusaders began the long trek toward Constantinople. Their numbers may have reached 40,000, though many were non-combatants. The journey exposed both their disorganization and their dependence on local goodwill. As the Crusaders passed through Hungary and the Balkans, tensions flared with local populations. Supplies quickly ran out, leading to looting, violence, and reprisals. In Hungary, King Koloman tried to maintain order, but several clashes erupted when Crusaders resorted to theft. Further south, in Bulgaria and the Byzantine territories, the undisciplined mob caused even more destruction, plundering villages and straining the already delicate relationship between Byzantines and Westerners. By the time the Crusaders staggered into Constantinople in the summer of 1096, their reputation preceded them. Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, who had originally requested disciplined knights from the West, was appalled by the rabble that arrived. He provided them with food and transport across the Bosporus into Anatolia, but was eager to move them along, fearing they would destabilize his capital. In Anatolia, a march to disaster. Once in Anatolia, the People's Crusade confronted the harsh realities of warfare against the Seljuk Turks, ill-equipped, poorly organized, and lacking military leadership. The Crusaders were easy prey for seasoned Turkish forces. Initially, the Crusaders engaged in raids around Nicaea, the Seljuk capital in western Anatolia. They managed some small victories against local garrisons, which only emboldened them. However, they were divided into factions, one led by Peter the Hermit, another by German and Italian groups, and coordination was almost non-existent. Peter himself eventually returned to Constantinople to seek supplies and guidance, leaving the Crusaders vulnerable. The Seljuk commander, Kilij Arslan I, initially dismissive of the peasant host, soon recognized their potential to disrupt his lands and moved swiftly to crush them. In October 1096, the Crusaders were lured into an ambush near Civitat, modern-day Izmit. The Seljuks attacked with cavalry, showering the Crusaders with arrows and cutting them down in droves. Untrained peasants stood little chance against mounted archers. Some fought desperately, others fled to the coast, where Byzantine ships rescued a few survivors. But the majority were slaughtered. Estimates suggest perhaps 20,000 to 30,000 perished in this catastrophe. The People's Crusade ended almost as suddenly as it had begun, with only a handful surviving to join the later, more organized Crusader armies. Significance and legacy. Though militarily a failure, the People's Crusade had profound symbolic and historical significance. It demonstrated the extraordinary mobilizing power of Pope Urban's call, which reached far beyond the knightly elite he had originally targeted. The participation of peasants, artisans, and women highlighted the depth of religious devotion and the desperation of lower social classes seeking change. The Rhineland pogroms foreshadowed darker undercurrents of the crusading movement, where piety often coexisted with intolerance and violence against religious minorities. For Jewish communities, the massacres were remembered as acts of martyrdom and persecution, shaping Jewish-Christian relations for centuries. For the Byzantines, the People's Crusade was both a nuisance and a warning. Alexios I learned firsthand the dangers of unleashing uncontrolled Western mobs into his territory, which deepened mistrust between East and West even before the knightly armies of the First Crusade arrived. Most importantly, the annihilation at Civitate underscored the need for discipline, leadership, and military skill. When the official Crusader armies arrived later in 2096, under leaders like Godfrey of Bouillon, Bohemond of Taranto, and Raymond of Toulouse, their campaign was shaped by the lessons of the People's Crusade. Unlike the peasant bands, the knights were more strategic, better supplied, and capable of defeating Seljuk forces in set battles. Conclusion: the People's Crusade stands as both an inspiring and tragic episode in medieval history. It captured the raw faith and longing of ordinary people, but also revealed the dangers of unbridled zeal. While it failed utterly in its military objectives, its memory lingered as a testament to the power of religious conviction and as a grim reminder of the chaos and bloodshed that often accompanied it. In many ways, the People's Crusade was a prelude to the grand drama of the First Crusade, foreshadowing both its soaring ideals and its violent realities. The Knights' Crusade, 1096 to 1099. The failure of the People's Crusade might have disheartened some, but for the great lords of Europe, Pope Urban II's call was still a sacred mission. Unlike the ill-equipped peasants who rushed eastward, the knightly contingents that followed were organized, supplied, and led by seasoned commanders. Their march, though grueling, would prove decisive, forging the path that culminated in the capture of Jerusalem in 1099. Leaders and armies. Between late 1096 and early 1097, the professional crusading armies began to assemble. They came not as one unified host, but as separate contingents, each under the command of a prominent noble. Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lower Lorraine, known for his piety and steadfastness. Bohemond of Taranto, a Norman adventurer from southern Italy, ambitious and cunning. Raymond IV of Toulouse, the wealthiest of the leaders, deeply religious, but also fiercely independent. Hugh of Vermandois, brother of the King of France, though his contingent was relatively small. Robert of Flanders, Robert of Normandy, and Stephen of Blois, prominent nobles who brought additional troops and prestige. Each leader commanded a semi-independent force, but together they represented the military elite of Western Christendom. by the spring of 1097, tens of thousands of knights, infantry, and non-combatants converged on Constantinople. The Byzantine Emperor, Alexios I Komnenos, welcomed them cautiously. The debacle of the People's Crusade was fresh in his mind, and he sought to ensure these armies would serve imperial interests. Alexios required each leader to swear an oath of loyalty and to promise that captured lands, once part of the Byzantine Empire, would be returned to him. Though the Crusader lords agreed reluctantly, the oaths planted seeds of tension that would later shape Byzantine-Latin relations. The Siege of Nicaea, May-June 1097. The first major target was Nicaea, capital of the Seljuk Sultan Kilij Arslan I. Learning from the fate of the peasants, the Crusaders marched in coordination with Byzantine forces. The siege began in May 1097, with the Crusaders surrounding the city by land, while Byzantine ships blockaded the lake on which it sat. Kilij Arslan, underestimating the Crusaders, had initially gone east to fight rivals. On hearing of the siege, he rushed back, but was decisively defeated in battle outside the city. The Crusaders pressed the siege with determination, but the Byzantines cleverly negotiated a secret surrender with the defenders. On June 18, 1097, the gates of Nicaea were opened, not to the Crusaders, but to Byzantine troops who raised the imperial banner. This maneuver frustrated the Crusaders, who had hoped to plunder the city. Alexios, however, supplied them with food, gold, and gifts, smoothing tensions for the moment. The fall of Nicaea boosted morale and marked the beginning of a cooperative, if uneasy, campaign. The Battle of Dorylaeum, July 1097. After Nicaea, the Crusaders pressed deeper into Anatolia. On July 1st, 1097, near Dorylaeum, their vanguard under Bohemond and Robert of Normandy was suddenly ambushed by Kilij Arslan's Seljuk cavalry. The Turks attacked with classic hit-and-run tactics, surrounding the Crusader camp and showering it with arrows. Panic spread among the civilians and non-combatants, who sought shelter behind wagons. Bohemond urged his knights to hold firm, forming defensive lines around the camp. For hours, the Crusaders endured relentless assaults, their armor protecting them, but their horses suffering under volleys of arrows. Just as defeat seemed imminent, the rear contingent under Godfrey of Bouillon, Raymond of Toulouse, and Hugh of Vermandois arrived. The combined charge of heavy cavalry shattered the Turkish lines. The victory at Dorylaeum was crucial. It proved that disciplined Crusader forces could withstand and defeat the feared Turkish cavalry. The psychological impact was immense. The Crusaders gained confidence, while Kilij Arslan retreated east, abandoning western Anatolia to the invaders. The march across Anatolia. Though victorious, the march across Anatolia tested the Crusaders to their limits. The summer heat was brutal, and water was scarce. Chroniclers describe nights collapsing from thirst and animals dying by the roadside. Hunger became a constant companion. The army survived on meager rations, often resorting to eating roots, leaves, or the flesh of their horses. Disease spread rapidly through the weakened host, claiming lives daily. Yet the Crusaders pressed on, driven by faith and the dream of Jerusalem. Byzantine guides attempted to keep them supplied, but the sheer size of the army made provisioning difficult. The journey through Anatolia left the Crusaders exhausted but hardened, a prelude to even greater trials ahead. The Siege of Antioch, October 1097 to June 1098. Perhaps the most dramatic episode of the First Crusade was the Siege of Antioch, a massive fortified city controlling the route to Syria. The Crusaders reached its walls in October 1097 and immediately began a blockade. The siege lasted more than 7 months, straining the Crusaders' endurance to breaking point. Food supplies dwindled, forcing them to eat horses, stray animals, and even leather. Starvation and disease claimed thousands. Desertion became common. Even Stephen of Blois abandoned the cause, returning to Europe in disgrace. The besiegers themselves were besieged when a large Muslim relief army under Kerboga of Mosul arrived in June 1098. Trapped between the city's defenders and Kerboga's forces, the Crusaders seemed doomed. Their salvation came through betrayal. A local Armenian convert to Islam, Firuz, who commanded one of Antioch's towers, secretly offered to admit the Crusaders. On the night of June 2nd to 3rd, 1098, Bohemond led a small group into the city through Firuz's tower. By dawn, the Crusaders had seized Antioch, massacring many of its inhabitants. Yet their ordeal was not over. Kerboga's army now surrounded the Crusaders within Antioch's walls. Morale sank, and despair threatened to undo them. At this desperate moment, a supposed miracle occurred. A Provençal priest, Peter Bartholomew, claimed to have discovered the Holy Lance, the spear that had pierced Christ's side. The relic inspired renewed faith. On June 28, 1098, the Crusaders sallied forth, carrying the Holy Lance before them. Against the odds, they defeated Kerboga's larger army. The victory was attributed to divine intervention. Legacy of the Knights' Crusade. The capture of Antioch marked a turning point. The Crusaders had endured famine, disease, treachery, and overwhelming odds, yet emerged victorious. Their successes, Nicaea, Dorylaeum, and Antioch, demonstrated not only the effectiveness of European heavy cavalry, but also the sustaining power of faith in the face of adversity. Internal rivalries, however, also became evident. Bohemond, claiming Antioch as his prize, refused to hand it over to the Byzantines, breaking his oath to Alexios. This deepened mistrust between Crusaders and Byzantines, foreshadowing future conflicts. By 1098, the Crusader host was reduced in number, but hardened in spirit. Though exhausted, they pressed onward, their eyes fixed on the ultimate goal, Jerusalem. Conclusion. The Knights' Crusade transformed the crusading movement from a disorganized peasant pilgrimage into a formidable military enterprise. Led by ambitious nobles, sustained by Byzantine diplomacy, and tested by the hardships of Anatolia, the Crusaders carved a path through adversity. The victories at Nicaea and Dorylaeum proved their martial prowess, while the long ordeal at Antioch revealed both their vulnerability and their capacity for endurance. By the summer of 1098, they had proven themselves not merely as pilgrims, but as conquerors. Bound by faith and fire, their journey was far from over, but the foundations had been laid for the dramatic climax, the capture of Jerusalem. The capture of Jerusalem, 1099. By the spring of 1099, nearly 3 years after setting out from Europe, the Crusaders finally turned their gaze toward their ultimate goal, Jerusalem. Hardened by battles at Nicaea, Dorylaeum, and Antioch, the surviving army had been whittled down by hunger, disease, and desertion. Yet what remained was a core of determined knights and infantry, bound by a conviction that God had chosen them to reclaim the city of Christ's passion and resurrection. Their approach to Jerusalem marked the climactic chapter of the First Crusade, the march south through Palestine. After consolidating their gains in Antioch, the Crusaders began their march south in early 1099. Their journey through Syria and Palestine was marked by both hardship and unexpected assistance. Starvation remained a constant threat. In the arid landscapes of Palestine, food and water were scarce. Chroniclers recount how soldiers grew faint from thirst, forcing the army to rely on whatever supplies they could seize from local villages or secure through fragile truces. Despite this, the Crusaders also benefited from alliances. The Fatimid Caliphate, rivals of the Seljuk Turks, had recently taken control of Jerusalem, 1098. At times, local Arab rulers, fearful of Seljuk power, offered the Crusaders food or safe passage. Still, progress was slow and arduous. By early June 1099, the siege of Jerusalem. Jerusalem, perched on rocky hills and fortified with strong walls, posed a daunting challenge. The Crusaders lacked proper siege equipment, and the surrounding countryside offered little wood. At first, they attempted to blockade the city, hoping to starve it into submission. But the Fatimid garrison, commanded by Iftikhar al-Dawla, was well provisioned and prepared for a long defense. Realizing that starvation alone would not bring victory, the Crusaders began constructing siege towers, ladders, and battering rams. Timber was scarce, so wood was hauled from distant forests or dismantled from villages, and even ships transported overland from Jaffa. The logistical effort was immense, and morale wavered under the relentless summer heat. In mid-June, a solemn religious procession revived the Crusaders' spirits. Following the model of biblical Jericho, barefoot priests and warriors circled the city walls, praying and singing psalms. Chroniclers record that this ritual was seen as a sign of divine favor. By early July, 2 massive siege towers had been built. Godfrey of Bouillon positioned one against the northern wall, while Raymond of Toulouse directed another against the southern defenses near Mount Zion. The defenders countered fiercely, hurling stones, flaming torches, and boiling oil. Yet the Crusaders persisted, shielding their towers with hides soaked in vinegar to resist fire. July 15th, 1099, breaking the walls. The final assault began on July 14th. For hours, arrows and stones filled the air as the towers inched toward the walls. The Fatimid defenders fought with desperation, setting one tower ablaze and repelling multiple attempts at scaling ladders. But on the morning of July 15th, Godfrey's tower reached the walls near the northeast corner of the city. As the defenders concentrated their efforts elsewhere, Crusader knights dropped a drawbridge from the tower onto the battlements. Godfrey himself is said to have been among the first across, leading a vanguard of knights who carved out a foothold. Behind them, more Crusaders poured through, overwhelming the defenders. Simultaneously, other groups breached gates from the south. By midday, Jerusalem had fallen. After years of peril and suffering, the Crusaders stood within the Holy City. Their triumph, however, would be remembered as one of the bloodiest episodes of the medieval age. The massacre of Muslims and Jews. The capture of Jerusalem unleashed an orgy of violence. Fueled by years of hardship and religious zeal, the Crusaders showed little mercy. Chroniclers from both Christian and Muslim perspectives describe streets running with blood. Muslims who sought refuge in the Al-Aqsa Mosque were slaughtered. Others were cut down in their homes or while fleeing. The city's Jewish population fared no better. Many had taken shelter in synagogues, which were burned with entire congregations inside. The massacre shocked even some contemporaries. The chronicler Raymond of Aguilers justified it as divine vengeance, while the Muslim historian Ibn al-Qalanisi recorded the horror from the perspective of survivors. Estimates vary, but thousands of inhabitants, Muslims and Jews alike, were killed. For the Crusaders, this brutality was seen not as excess, but as part of God's will. In their eyes, Jerusalem had been cleansed of unbelievers, restored as religious fervor and divine providence. Once the bloodshed subsided, the Crusaders turned to solemn acts of devotion. Barefoot and weeping, knights and commoners alike processed to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where Christ was believed to have been buried and resurrected. For many, this moment justified every sacrifice of the long journey. The hunger, the battles, the deaths of comrades. Chroniclers emphasize the sense of awe and fulfillment that pervaded the army. The victory was interpreted as clear proof of divine providence. The discovery of the Holy Lance at Antioch had already reinforced the belief that God guided the Crusaders. The fall of Jerusalem cemented it. Leaders like Godfrey of Bouillon refused royal titles within the city, preferring to be called Defender of the Holy Sepulchre, emphasizing humility before God. Conclusion: the capture of Jerusalem on July 15th, 1099, was the crowning achievement of the First Crusade. It represented not only a military triumph, but also the fulfillment of a spiritual mission that had begun with Pope Urban II's call at Clermont 4 years earlier. Yet it came at a terrible cost. The massacre of Muslims and Jews left a legacy of bitterness and enmity that would fuel centuries of conflict between Christians and the Islamic world. For medieval Europe, however, the victory was nothing less than miraculous. Against overwhelming odds, an army of knights and pilgrims had marched across continents, endured famine and disease, defeated powerful enemies, and seized the holiest city of Christendom. In their eyes, Jerusalem had been restored to its rightful place under Christian rule, a testament to their faith, courage, and above all, God's providence. The Crusaders' triumph was the birth of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, a fragile Christian state planted in the heart of the Islamic world. It was the beginning of a new chapter in the history of the Crusades, one marked by continued warfare, cultural encounters, and enduring legacies of faith and conflict. Aftermath: the Crusader states, the capture of Jerusalem in July 1099 marked the climax of the First Crusade, but it was only the beginning of Latin Christian rule in the Levant. The victors, having seized one of the most sacred cities of Christendom, now faced the challenge of governing their conquests and securing them against powerful Muslim neighbors. From these efforts emerged the Crusader states, a network of Latin principalities that reshaped the political and cultural landscape of the Eastern Mediterranean. The Crusader states established. 4 principal states were carved out between 1098 and 1109. The County of Edessa, 1098, the first to be founded, established by Baldwin of Boulogne after being adopted as heir by the local ruler, Thoros. Located on the frontier with Muslim powers, Edessa was isolated and vulnerable, but it set the precedent for Latin lordships in the east. The Principality of Antioch, 1098, claimed by Bohemond of Taranto after his role in seizing the city. Despite his oath to the Byzantine Emperor Alexios I, Bohemond refused to return Antioch to imperial control, souring relations between Byzantium and the Crusaders. The Kingdom of Jerusalem, 1099, the crown jewel of the Crusaders' efforts. Godfrey of Bouillon refused the title of king, preferring to be styled Advocate of the Holy Sepulchre. But his successors soon assumed full royal status. Jerusalem became the spiritual and political center of Latin Christendom in the Levant. The Crusader states established the County of Tripoli, 1109, founded after a protracted siege of the city, largely orchestrated by Raymond of Toulouse and his heirs. Together, these territories formed a fragile chain of Christian enclaves, stretching along the Levantine coast and into northern Syria. Feudal organization and relations. The Crusader states adopted a feudal structure modeled on Western Europe. Lords held castles and estates, owed military service to their rulers, and exercised authority over both Latin settlers and indigenous populations. Relations with the Byzantines were uneasy at best. While some Crusaders acknowledged the emperor's claims, others, like Bohemond, openly defied him. This mistrust deepened the East-West divide that had already surfaced during the campaign. Interactions with Muslims were equally complex. While warfare was constant, truces and alliances were sometimes struck with local emirs, reflecting the pragmatic realities of survival in a hostile environment. For the local Christian populations, Greeks, Armenians, Syriacs, and Maronites, Latin rule was mixed. Some welcomed protection from Muslim overlords, while others resented Latin dominance and the imposition of Western ecclesiastical structures. Long-term consequences. The creation of the Crusader states had far-reaching consequences. Militarily, they became Christian strongholds in the East, but also magnets for future conflicts. Their vulnerability and isolation guaranteed that they would require continual reinforcements from Europe. This dependency was one of the chief drivers of subsequent crusading movements. The fall of Edessa in 1144, for instance, directly prompted the Second Crusade. Religiously, the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem symbolized the triumph of the cross and became a destination for pilgrims across Europe. Yet the brutality of its conquest, especially the massacres in Jerusalem, left deep scars in Muslim and Jewish memory, fueling hostility and calls for jihad. Politically, the states were never fully secure. They were surrounded by powerful Muslim neighbors, Egypt to the south, Seljuk and other Turkish emirates to the north and east, and relied heavily on maritime support from Italian city-states like Guy and Venice. Their existence also worsened tensions with Byzantium, which saw them as both allies and rivals. In the longer view, the Crusader states represented the permanent militarization of faith in the Eastern Mediterranean. They stood as outposts of Latin Christendom for nearly 2 centuries, shaping cross-cultural interactions, trade, and warfare. But their fragility ensured that they remained at the heart of renewed crusading efforts until their eventual fall. Culminating conclusion. The First Crusade, 1096 to 1099, remains one of the most remarkable and paradoxical episodes in medieval history. For the Crusaders, its outcome was nothing short of miraculous. Against overwhelming odds, a diverse host of Western knights and pilgrims had marched across thousands of miles, endured famine, disease, and desertion, and yet triumphed in battle after battle. The capture of Jerusalem in July 1099 seemed to them a clear sign of divine favor. the fulfillment of Pope Urban II's vision at Clermont. From their perspective, it was a resounding success. Christ's city had been reclaimed, holy sites restored to Christian worship, and new Latin principalities established in the East. Yet the same events were remembered very differently by others. For the Jews of the Rhineland, the crusade brought pogroms of shocking brutality, leaving entire communities destroyed. For Muslims and Jews in Jerusalem, what Crusaders celebrated as purification and providence, others experienced as devastation and loss. The contrasting memories of triumph and tragedy shaped interreligious relations for centuries, embedding mistrust and bitterness into the fabric of the medieval world. The First Crusade also reshaped East-West relations. On the one hand, it created enduring connections between Europe and the Levant through trade, pilgrimage, and political alliances. On the other, it deepened tensions. The Byzantines, who had initially sought aid, found themselves alienated by Latin ambition and betrayal, particularly at Antioch. Muslims, who had once dismissed the Crusaders as temporary raiders, began to rally around the idea of jihad in response to the Latin presence. The crusading movement itself became institutionalized, with future popes invoking Jerusalem and the memory of 1099 to call for new campaigns. In the end, the First Crusade was both a triumph and a tragedy, an extraordinary demonstration of medieval faith and endurance, but also a catalyst for cycles of conflict and intolerance. Its legacy was the creation of a fragile Latin Christian presence in the East and the opening of a new chapter in Christian, Jewish, and Muslim history, one defined by both cultural encounters and enduring wars of faith. The precarious political-religious balance it left behind in the Levant. To understand the motivations, challenges, and eventual outcomes of the Second Crusade, one must first trace the path carved by the First Crusade and the fragile structures it established. The Crusades were not a single, continuous campaign, but a series of military and religious expeditions that unfolded over centuries, driven by faith, politics, and the competing ambitions of Christian and Muslim rulers alike. The First Crusade, 1096 to 1099, had been a shocking and transformative event in both Europe and the Near East. Launched at the call of Pope Urban II in 1095, it rallied thousands of knights, nobles, peasants, and adventurers from across Christendom under the banner of liberating Jerusalem and the Holy Land from Muslim control. Against all odds, and despite immense hardship, the Crusaders captured Jerusalem in 1099 after a bloody siege, establishing what seemed like a miraculous Christian victory. The triumph of the Crusaders was hailed throughout Europe as proof of divine favor, inspiring a new vision of religious warfare where salvation and martial duty were intertwined. But the First Crusade's success created as many problems as it solved. The victors established 4 Latin Christian states in the East: the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the County of Edessa, the Principality of Antioch, and the County of Tripoli. These Crusader states were fragile enclaves surrounded by hostile Muslim power. Their survival depended on continued military reinforcement from the West, alliances with local powers, and constant vigilance against neighboring Islamic rulers who sought to reclaim their lands. The Crusader states were vulnerable, not only because of geography, but also because of their small European populations, and the fact that the enthusiasm of the First Crusade was difficult to replicate. From the moment of their creation, the Crusader states faced existential threats. Muslim rulers, though divided among themselves between Seljuk Turks, local emirs, and the Abbasid Caliphate, viewed the Crusaders as foreign invaders and infidels who had desecrated holy lands. At first, internal Muslim rivalries between Sunnis and Shiites or among competing dynasties prevented a coordinated response. This disunity had allowed the First Crusade to succeed. However, over the following decades, Muslim powers began consolidating and seeking to reverse the Christian gains. The county of Edessa, the northernmost Crusader state, was particularly exposed. Located deep in hostile territory and distant from Jerusalem, Edessa had few resources and relied heavily on alliances with Armenian and Byzantine neighbors. By the 1130s and 1140s, Turkish and Muslim forces were pressing harder against its borders. Meanwhile, new leaders were emerging in the Muslim world who possessed both the political skill and the religious conviction to challenge the Crusaders more effectively. Among them was Zengi, the Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo, whose rise marked a turning point in the struggle for control of the Levant. His ambition and jihadist zeal reinvigorated Muslim resistance, transforming the conflict from scattered regional skirmishes into a more unified Islamic counter-offensive. The fall of Edessa in 1144 to Zengi was a catastrophic blow to the Crusader states and to Christendom at large. As the first of the Crusader states to be established, Edessa's collapse shocked Europe. It exposed the vulnerability of the Crusader presence in the East and symbolized the potential unraveling of the Christian project in the Holy Land. The fall also provided Muslim rulers with a powerful propaganda victory, energizing their cause and proving that the Latin states could indeed be defeated. Importance of the Second Crusade. The fall of Edessa triggered a wave of alarm and grief in Europe, sparking calls for renewed military intervention. The Second Crusade was thus born as a direct response to the loss of Edessa. Unlike the spontaneous fervor of the First Crusade, this new expedition was carefully orchestrated and officially sanctioned by Pope Eugenius III, who issued the papal bull Quantum Predecessors in 1145. The Second Crusade carried immense symbolic and strategic importance. First, it represented an effort to defend the Christian East and preserve the fragile Crusader states from total annihilation. The loss of Edessa was not just a local defeat. It threatened the entire Christian presence in the Levant, including Jerusalem itself. Without reinforcement, the Crusader states risked being overrun by increasingly unified Muslim powers. Second, the Second Crusade marked a new stage in the evolution of the crusading movement. It was the first crusade led by reigning monarchs, King Louis VII of France and Emperor Conrad III of the Holy Roman Empire, demonstrating how deeply the idea of crusading had penetrated the political culture of medieval Europe. Unlike the ragtag armies and semi-independent nobles of the First Crusade, the Second Crusade involved the full weight of royal authority, signaling a more organized and official approach to holy war. Third, the Second Crusade carried profound religious and cultural significance. Preachers like Bernard of Clairvaux cast the expedition as a sacred duty, urging Christians to take up the cross to defend their brothers and reclaim lost lands. Participation in the crusade was framed as a path to salvation, reinforcing the notion of crusading as both a spiritual and martial obligation. The campaign also highlighted the growing entanglement between Western Christendom and the politics of the Eastern Mediterranean, as Byzantine cooperation, or lack thereof, would prove crucial to the outcome. In summary, the Second Crusade was not merely another military expedition, but a pivotal moment in medieval history. It was shaped by the triumphs and frailties of the First Crusade, the precarious survival of the Crusader states, and the growing strength of Muslim resistance. Its importance lay not only in the attempt to recover Edessa, but also in its broader role as a symbol of Christian unity, royal authority, and religious fervor. Though its ultimate outcome would prove disappointing and even disastrous, the Second Crusade remains a vital chapter in understanding the ebb and flow of power, faith, and politics during the age of the Crusades. The political background. The Second Crusade, 1147 to 1149, unfolded within a complex web of political, religious, and cultural tensions that stretched from Western Europe to the Levant. Understanding the political background of this crusade requires examining three interlocking spheres: the state of Christian Europe under monarchs such as Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany, the papacy's role in promoting and directing the crusade, the Byzantine Empire under Emperor Manuel I Komnenos, and the shifting landscape of the Muslim world under the leadership of Zengi and his successor Nur-ad-Din. Each of these contexts shaped not only the causes of the Second Crusade, but also its strategies, alliances, and eventual failures. The situation in Europe. In France, the crown was held by Louis VII, 1137 to 1180, a Capetian monarch who ascended the throne at a relatively young age. Louis VII was deeply pious, perhaps excessively so, and his religiosity influenced his political outlook. His reign was marked by a desire to assert royal authority over the French nobility and to elevate the prestige of the Capetian monarchy. However, France was still a kingdom of fragmented power. Local barons and dukes often held greater practical control than the king, especially in regions like Aquitaine, Burgundy, and Normandy. Louis's decision to participate in the Second Crusade was motivated by both religious devotion and political necessity. The fall of Edessa in 1144 shocked the Christian world, but Louis was also seeking a way to resolve domestic tensions, including strained relations with powerful nobles and with his formidable wife, Eleanor of Aquitaine. The crusade offered Louis an opportunity to project himself as a Christian king defending the faith, while also enhancing his prestige across Europe. His involvement was strongly encouraged by Bernard of Clairvaux, the Cistercian abbot whose eloquent preaching was instrumental in mobilizing support for the crusade. Conrad III of Germany. In the Holy Roman Empire, the crown rested with Conrad III, 1138 to 1152, the first king from the Hohenstaufen dynasty. His position was more precarious than Louis's, as the empire was a vast, decentralized realm with numerous princes, dukes, and bishops exercising significant autonomy. Conrad's authority was contested by the rival Welf family, particularly Henry the Lion, Duke of Saxony and Bavaria, who refused to join the crusade. Nevertheless, Conrad viewed participation in the crusade as an opportunity to strengthen his legitimacy as emperor and to assert German leadership within Christendom. By taking up the cross, he could unite his nobles under a common cause and gain papal favor, particularly in light of the empire's historically fraught relations with Rome. Yet the very divisions within the empire, combined with the logistical challenges of leading a large German army eastward, would prove disastrous during the campaign. The papacy. At the heart of crusading ideology stood the papacy, which sought to present itself as the unifying force of Latin Christendom. Pope Eugenius III, 1145 to 1153, a disciple of Bernard of Clairvaux, issued the papal bull quantum predecessories in December 1135, formally calling for a crusade to recover Edessa and defend the Christian East. Eugenius's appeal, built on the precedent of Pope Urban II's call at Clermont in 1095, but it also reflected the papacy's growing sense of authority as the spiritual leader of Europe. The papacy's endorsement gave the crusade its religious legitimacy. Eugenius promised participants indulgences, remission of sins for those who took up the cross, and emphasized the defense of Christendom as a holy obligation. However, the papacy also faced its own struggles, including conflicts with Roman communes and resistance from secular rulers. Its reliance on figures like Bernard of Clairvaux to preach the crusade underscored the difficulty of rallying widespread enthusiasm compared to the First Crusade. The Byzantine Empire. The Second Crusade's success depended heavily on relations with the Byzantine Empire, whose lands lay between Europe and the Holy Land. At the time, the empire was ruled by Emperor Manuel I Komnenos, 1143 to 1180, a vigorous and ambitious monarch of the Komnenian dynasty. Manuel sought to restore Byzantine prestige, which had been weakened during the 11th century by invasions from Normans, Pechenegs, and Turks. Relations with Crusaders. The memory of the First Crusade still cast a shadow over Byzantine-Latin relations. Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, Manuel's grandfather, had invited Western aid in 1095 to help resist the Seljuks, but the Crusaders' conquest of Jerusalem and their establishment of independent states in the Levant created deep tensions. Byzantium had expected the Crusaders to return conquered lands to imperial control, yet instead they carved out their own principalities. This betrayal poisoned relations and fueled Byzantine suspicion of Western motives. By the time of Manuel I, these suspicions remained strong. When Louis VII and Conrad III led their armies across Byzantine territory, Manuel faced the delicate task of managing their passage without allowing them to threaten imperial stability. He feared that the Crusaders might attempt to seize Byzantine lands rather than focus on the Muslims. To counter this, Manuel demanded oaths of loyalty from the Crusader leaders and sought to maintain tight control over their movements. Despite these precautions, tensions flared. The German army, in particular, clashed with Byzantine forces and local populations, deepening mistrust. Manuel himself pursued a pragmatic policy, maintaining truces with certain Muslim rulers, such as the Seljuks, to protect his eastern frontier, even as the Crusaders demanded total war against Islam. These conflicting priorities strained the fragile alliance and hindered the coordination necessary for success in the Levant. The Muslim world. While Europe and Byzantium grappled with internal divisions, the Muslim world was undergoing a profound transformation. At the time of the First Crusade, Muslim rulers were fragmented among rival dynasties: the Seljuk Turks, the Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt, and numerous local emirs. This disunity had been one of the key factors enabling the Crusaders to succeed in the late 11th century. By the mid-12th century, however, a new wave of Muslim leaders was working to consolidate power and rally resistance against the Crusader states. Zengi. Foremost among these leaders was Imad al-Din Zengi, 1085 to 1146, the Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo. A formidable military commander and astute politician, Zengi combined jihadist rhetoric with ruthless ambition. His capture of Edessa in 1144 was a watershed moment. It not only destroyed the First Crusader state, but also demonstrated that the Latins were not invincible. Zengi's victory was celebrated across the Muslim world as a triumph of faith and a call to unity. Zengi's rule was characterized by both brutality and pragmatism. He dealt harshly with opponents, often using fear to maintain loyalty. Yet he also pursued alliances when convenient. His campaigns against both Muslim rivals and Christian foes underscored the intertwined nature of politics and religion in the region. Nur ad-Din, following Zengi's assassination in 1146, his son Nur ad-Din, 1118 to 1174, inherited Aleppo and carried forward his father's mission. Unlike Zengi, who was often seen as opportunistic, Nur ad-Din cultivated a reputation as a devout and just ruler, committed to the defense of Islam. He emphasized the concept of jihad, not merely as a political tool, but as a religious duty, using it to unify disparate Muslim factions under his leadership. Nur ad-Din's rise represented a turning point. He worked tirelessly to consolidate Muslim territories in Syria and to resist both the Crusader states and Byzantine encroachment. Under his guidance, the Muslim response to the Crusades became more coordinated, setting the stage for the later emergence of Saladin, who would eventually expel the Crusaders from Jerusalem. Fragmentation and unity. Despite the growing strength of leaders like Zengi and Nur ad-Din, the Muslim world was still far from fully united. Rivalries persisted between the Sunni rulers of Syria and the Shiite Fatimids in Egypt, as well as among various Turkish dynasties. Yet compared to the late 11th century, there was a clear movement toward greater cohesion. The fall of Edessa provided both the symbol and the impetus for Muslims to rally together, a development that would profoundly alter the balance of power in the region. The call to arms, the 1145 to 1147. The Second Crusade was born from crisis. The fall of the county of Edessa in 1144 was more than the loss of a frontier stronghold. It was the collapse of the First Crusader state, the first domino to topple in the fragile Christian presence of the Levant. Its fall shocked Christendom and exposed the vulnerability of the Latin East. From this shockwave emerged a powerful call to arms, carried forward by the papacy and amplified by the most influential preacher of the age, Bernard of Clairvaux. The fall of Edessa, 1144, the spark of crisis. The county of Edessa, established during the First Crusade, was the most vulnerable and isolated of the Crusader states. Situated far to the north, cut off from the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and surrounded by hostile Muslim territories, it relied on fragile alliances with Armenians and occasional Byzantine support. Its rulers often struggled with limited manpower, internal disputes, and lack of reinforcements from the West. In 1144, its fragility was brutally exposed. Imad al-Din Zengi, Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo, seized the opportunity to strike. With shrewd timing, he besieged Edessa during a period of internal weakness. Count Jocelyn II had alienated local allies and left the city poorly defended. Zengi's forces stormed Edessa in December 1144, overwhelming the Christian garrison. The fall was accompanied by massacre and enslavement, as many inhabitants, both Latin and native Christian, were killed or sold into captivity. News of Edessa's fall reverberated across the Latin East and Europe. It was the first major loss of territory since the creation of the Crusader states and a severe blow to Christian morale. To many, it appeared that the survival of the entire Crusader project was at stake. If Edessa could fall, so too might Antioch, Tripoli, and even Jerusalem itself. The urgency of this crisis demanded a response from the West. Pope Eugenius III and the papal bull Quantum Praedecessoris. The first to act was Pope Eugenius III, 1145 to 1153. Newly elected and facing challenges to papal authority in Rome, Eugenius recognized that the defense of the Holy Land could both strengthen papal prestige and unite Christendom under his leadership. In December 1145, he issued the papal bull, Quantum Predecessoris, the formal call for a new crusade. The bull invoked the memory of the First Crusade, urging Christians to follow the example of their illustrious predecessors who had liberated Jerusalem. It framed the loss of Edessa as a catastrophe for all of Christendom, demanding collective action. Like Urban II's earlier appeal, it promised indulgences, remission of sins for those who took the cross, as well as protections for their families and property during their absence. Importantly, Eugenius's bull demonstrated the evolution of crusading ideology. Whereas Urban II, call it Claremont, had been a dramatic public sermon, Eugenius's proclamation represented a more formal and bureaucratic mechanism of papal authority. Yet the written bull alone could not stir the masses. For that, the Pope needed a voice, someone whose reputation could inflame hearts and inspire kings. Bernard of Clairvaux, the voice of the Crusade. That voice was Bernard of Clairvaux, 1090 to 1153, the charismatic Cistercian abbot and one of the most influential churchmen of the 12th century. A reformer, theologian, and preacher, Bernard embodied the spirit of monastic piety that defined much of the era. When Eugenius entrusted him with promoting the crusade, Bernard became its chief advocate. Traveling across Europe to recruit leaders and commoners alike, Bernard's preaching was electrifying. At Vézelay in Burgundy in 1146, before a massive crowd, he delivered a sermon that moved even the skeptical King Louis VII of France to take the cross. Inspired by Bernard's words, Louis declared his intention to lead the expedition, and his queen, Eleanor of Aquitaine, also took the cross. This royal commitment gave the crusade immense prestige. Bernard's influence extended beyond France. He traveled to Germany, where he persuaded Conrad III, Holy Roman Emperor, to join. The recruitment of two reigning monarchs marked a dramatic escalation from the First Crusade, which had been led by lesser nobles. Bernard also rallied thousands of knights, peasants, and clerics. His message framed the crusade not simply as a military necessity, but as a spiritual duty, promising heavenly rewards for earthly sacrifices. However, Bernard's preaching also produced darker consequences. In Germany, the crusade fervor he ignited fueled anti-Jewish violence, echoing the massacres of the First Crusade. Bernard condemned these pogroms and personally intervened to stop them. But the episodes revealed the volatile energy unleashed by crusade propaganda. Preparation and routes of the Crusaders. The departure of the Second Crusade in 1147 marked the largest mobilization of armed forces since the First Crusade, involving the full participation of the French and German monarchies. Both armies prepared separately, yet their fates were intertwined as they set out toward the Byzantine Empire and ultimately the Holy Land. Careful planning of routes, supplies, and logistics was critical, though in practice, these preparations proved inadequate against the immense challenges of distance, terrain, and hostile populations. The French and German armies. King Louis VII of France gathered his forces primarily in Burgundy, where Bernard of Clairvaux had earlier preached the crusade at Vézelay. Louis's army included a mixture of feudal knights, lesser nobles, and large numbers of non-combatants, including women and clergy. His queen, Eleanor of Aquitaine, famously accompanied him, bringing along her own retinue of knights from Aquitaine. The French force was disciplined in appearance, but burdened with excess baggage and camp followers, which slowed progress. Emperor Conrad III of Germany, meanwhile, assembled a formidable army in Regensburg. His force was numerically larger than the French contingent, composed of imperial knights and contingents from across the German principalities. However, Conrad faced difficulties in unifying his fractious nobles and ensuring reliable supply lines. His army marched earlier than the French, setting the stage for hardship in Anatolia. Crossing the Byzantine Empire, both armies marched overland, choosing the traditional land route through the Byzantine Empire rather than risking sea transport. This meant passing through Hungary, the Balkans, and into imperial territory before crossing into Asia Minor. Relations with the Byzantines were tense. Emperor Manuel I Komnenos, wary of Western ambitions, sought to keep the Crusader armies under tight control. He insisted on oaths of loyalty and directed the armies along designated routes to minimize disorder. Despite these precautions, tensions flared as Crusaders clashed with local populations and Byzantine garrisons. The sheer size of the armies strained the empire's resources, forcing Manuel to balance uneasy cooperation with defensive measures. Supply lines, geography, and routes logistics posed a constant challenge. Overland marches required reliable supply lines, but feeding tens of thousands of men and horses across mountainous terrain was nearly impossible. The Crusaders relied heavily on Byzantine markets, yet shortages and disputes led to resentment. Geography compounded the problem. The rugged Balkans and the treacherous mountains of Anatolia sapped morale and strength. Maps of the routes show Conrad's Germans marching first along the Danube through Hungary and the Balkans, then into Byzantine territory at Constantinople. Louis's French army followed a similar path, departing later but converging near the capital. From there, both crossed into Asia Minor, where their hardships multiplied, especially in the arid landscapes of Anatolia where supply lines broke down. The preparation and routes of the Crusaders reflected the ambition and scale of the Second Crusade. Yet, while the French and German armies set out with grandeur, their reliance on Byzantine cooperation, fragile supply chains, and poorly planned logistics foreshadowed the disasters that would follow in Asia Minor. The march eastward, begun in hope, quickly turned into a grueling test of endurance that weakened both armies before they ever reached the Holy Land. Campaign in Anatolia, 1147 to 1148, the most arduous stage of the Second Crusade, unfolded in Asia Minor, where the armies of Conrad III and Louis VII encountered the full force of geography, poor coordination, and the hostile maneuvering of the Seljuk Turks. The campaign in Anatolia not only decimated the Crusader armies, but also exposed the fragile alliances with Byzantium and the military resilience of the Seljuks. Conrad III's march and the Battle of Dorylaeum, 1147. Conrad's German army, numbering perhaps 20,000 to 30,000, was the first to cross the Bosporus into Anatolia. Rather than waiting for Louis VII's French force, Conrad decided to march independently through central Anatolia toward Iconium, Konya, the Seljuk capital. This was a strategic miscalculation. By advancing along the same route taken by the First Crusade in 1097, Conrad underestimated how much the balance of power had shifted in the intervening decades. At Dorylaeum in October 1147, near the site of the earlier Crusader victory, Conrad's army faced a very different outcome. The Seljuk Turks under Sultan Masud I of Rum employed classic hit-and-run tactics with mounted archers, harassing the slow-moving Germans across open terrain. The heavily armored knights and infantry could not respond effectively, and the army's extended baggage train made it even more vulnerable. After days of attrition and repeated ambushes, Conrad's forces collapsed. Thousands were killed, supplies were lost, and the once proud German host was reduced to a battered remnant retreating toward Byzantine territory. Conrad himself barely escaped with his life, eventually withdrawing to Constantinople to recover. Louis VII's march through Anatolia. King Louis VII of France, who had crossed into Asia Minor shortly after Conrad, fared little better. His army was large, but encumbered by vast numbers of non-combatants and baggage. Determined to avoid Conrad's mistakes, Louis initially kept close to the coast, hoping to take advantage of better supplies and Byzantine naval support. However, the mountainous terrain of western Anatolia, combined with the constant harassment by Seljuk forces, turned the march into an ordeal. The most severe trial came in early 1148, when Louis's forces attempted to cross the mountains near Laodicea and Italia. Narrow passes became death traps as the Seljuks ambushed the column and inflicted heavy casualties. The French knights, unable to maneuver in confined terrain, were picked off by Turkish archers. Starvation and thirst compounded the losses. Eventually, a portion of Louis's army was evacuated by Byzantine ships from Italia, but thousands of stragglers were abandoned and massacred on the march to Antioch. Byzantine Seljuk politics. The disasters in Anatolia were shaped not only by military misfortune, but also by Byzantine Seljuk politics. Emperor Manuel I Komnenos had signed a truce with the Seljuks shortly before the Crusade, hoping to secure his eastern frontier. While this was a pragmatic move for Byzantium, it fueled Crusaders' suspicions of betrayal. Many Germans and French believed the Byzantines had deliberately left them exposed to Turkish attacks. In reality, Manuel sought to control the Crusaders' movements to protect his empire, but his cautious diplomacy limited coordinated action against the Seljuks. Meanwhile, the Seljuks exploited the opportunity, using their mobility and knowledge of the terrain to devastating effect against the lumbering Western armies. Hardships and ambushes. The Anatolian campaign revealed the severe mismatch between Western crusading armies and the realities of Asian warfare. The Crusaders were heavily armored, slow, and dependent on vulnerable supply lines. The Seljuks, by contrast, excelled in mobile warfare, ambushing stragglers, cutting off water supplies, and burning crops to starve the invaders. Rugged mountains, scorching heat by day and cold by night, and a hostile local population turned the march into a nightmare. By the time both armies staggered into the Levant in early 1148, they were shadows of their former selves. The losses in Anatolia crippled the Second Crusade before it even reached its main objective, ensuring that subsequent campaigns in Syria would be undertaken with weakened forces and low morale. The campaign in Anatolia was a catastrophic prelude to the Second Crusade's later failures. Conrad's defeat at Dorylaeum, Louis's harrowing mountain march, and the inability of Byzantium and the Crusaders to coordinate against the Seljuks demonstrated the widening gulf between Western military expectations and Eastern realities. Terrain, politics, and Turkish ambushes combined to turn the Crusaders' great advance into a costly retreat, shaping the destiny of the entire expedition. Crusader politics and tensions. The Second Crusade was not merely shaped by clashes with Muslim armies or the hardships of geography. Equally decisive were the deep political divisions within the Crusader ranks and their uneasy relations with allies and supposed partners. From the strained dealings with the Byzantine Empire to the rivalry between German and French contingents, the Crusaders' inability to present a united front undermined their chances of success even before battle was joined in the Levant. Relations with the Byzantine Emperor. At the heart of the Second Crusade's diplomatic problems was its relationship with the Byzantine Empire. Emperor Manuel I Komnenos, 1143 to 1180, had inherited both the legacy of cooperation and the mistrust generated by the First Crusade. Byzantium had expected to regain former imperial territories as the Crusaders advanced east. But instead, the Westerners had carved out their own independent states, leaving relations permanently strained. When Conrad III and Louis VII led their vast armies across Byzantine lands, Manuel sought to control them tightly. He demanded oaths of fealty, monitored their movements, and steered them toward predetermined routes. To the Crusaders, these measures looked like obstruction or betrayal. To Manuel, they were necessary precautions against unruly armies that could as easily plunder his empire as fight the Muslims. The situation worsened because Manuel had signed a truce with the Seljuk Turks, hoping to safeguard his frontiers. For Western Crusaders, who expected wholehearted support against Islam, this appeared as outright treachery. When Conrad's army was destroyed at Dorylaeum and Louis's suffered heavy losses in Anatolia, many blamed Byzantine duplicity rather than their own logistical errors. This suspicion poisoned relations, making future coordination almost impossible. German-French rivalry. Within the Crusader host itself, rivalry between the Germans and French further eroded unity. Conrad III and Louis VII were not equals in status. Conrad was Holy Roman Emperor, but Louis, younger and eager to assert himself, was determined not to appear subordinate. Each monarch marched separately, Conrad departing first, which deprived the Crusaders of the numerical advantage they might have enjoyed had they combined their forces from the start. When Conrad's army collapsed in Anatolia, Louis's French forces became the stronger of the two. Though Conrad later joined Louis in the Levant, the shift in balance created subtle tensions. The Germans, weakened and resentful, often mistrusted French leadership. The French, meanwhile, viewed the Germans as a liability after their disastrous performance in Asia Minor. This rivalry sapped cohesion at precisely the moment when unity was most essential. Coordination failures. The Second Crusade's political divisions culminated in chronic coordination failures. The lack of a single supreme commander meant that decisions were often made piecemeal, with French and German leaders acting independently. Byzantium, mistrusted by both, was sidelined rather than integrated into a common strategy. Even after reaching the Levant in 1148, these divisions persisted. At the Council of Acre, where Crusader leaders debated their next move, the failure to agree on a coherent strategy reflected the competing priorities of French, German, and local Crusader rulers. Instead of launching a united campaign to recover Edessa or strike at Aleppo, the Crusaders targeted Damascus, a decision born more of political compromise than sound strategy. Siege of Damascus, 1148. The climax of the Second Crusade came not in Edessa, whose fall had triggered the expedition, but at Damascus, one of the most important Muslim cities in Syria. The decision to besiege Damascus in July 1148 proved catastrophic. What was intended as a bold strike to strengthen the Crusader states instead exposed the deep flaws in Crusader leadership, the dangers of political intrigue, and the resilience of Muslim unity. Strategic importance of Damascus. Damascus was not only a wealthy and populous city, but also a vital strategic hub. Lying at the crossroads of trade and pilgrimage routes between Mesopotamia, Arabia, and the Levant, it commanded the approach to Jerusalem. For the Crusaders, capturing Damascus would have provided a powerful buffer state against the rising threat of Nur ad-Din, son of Zengi, who sought to unify Muslim Syria under his leadership. However, Damascus was also a politically complex target. Unlike Aleppo or Mosul, which were firmly Zengid strongholds, Damascus had at times been an uneasy ally of the Crusader states, cooperating with them against common enemies. Attacking such a city carried risks, but in 1148, the Crusaders saw it as a prize too valuable to ignore. Arrival of Crusader forces in the Levant. By the spring of 1148, both Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany had arrived in the Holy Land with the remnants of their armies. King Baldwin III of Jerusalem and his mother, Queen Melisende, joined them in council at Acre. Local Crusader rulers from Antioch and Tripoli also took part in these deliberations. The expectation in Europe had been that the crusade would attempt to retake Edessa, the city whose fall had sparked the movement. But Edessa's defenses had already been dismantled by the Muslims, making its recovery unlikely. Instead, the leaders turned their attention to Damascus. Their choice was shaped by political calculation. Baldwin III and the Kingdom of Jerusalem feared the city might fall permanently under Zengid influence, while Louis and Conrad hoped for a dramatic victory that would restore the prestige of their failing crusade. Political intrigue among Crusader states. The decision to attack Damascus revealed the political rivalries that plagued the Crusader movement. The rulers of Antioch and Tripoli favored different strategies, with some preferring campaigns in northern Syria against Aleppo. Yet Baldwin of Jerusalem insisted on Damascus, motivated by both fear of Muslim consolidation and the desire to expand his own realm. Underlying these debates was also mistrust between the newly arrived Western monarchs and the resident barons of the Crusader states. The local lords knew the risks of attacking Damascus, given its strong defenses and history of shifting alliances. But they were overruled by the prestige of the French and German kings. This disconnect between local knowledge and foreign ambition would prove fatal. The failed siege, tactics, battles, and betrayal. The crusading host, numbering perhaps 50,000 men, advanced on Damascus in late July 1148. Initially, they attacked from the western orchards, where gardens and irrigation channels provided both cover and sustenance. The defenders, however, were well prepared. The Atabeg of Damascus, Mu'in-ad-Din Unur, rallied the population, calling on all Muslims, men, women, even children, to defend the city. For 3 days, the Crusaders fought bitterly through orchards and narrow lanes, suffering ambushes and harassment from archers. The defenders used the terrain skillfully, launching counterattacks from fortified towers and canal embankments. On the 4th day, fearing encirclement as reinforcements from Nur ad-Din approached, the Crusaders shifted their attack to the more open eastern walls of Damascus. This move was disastrous. The eastern side of the city was heavily fortified, with fewer orchards and less water. Crusader morale collapsed as supplies dwindled, casualties mounted, and rumors spread of betrayal. Some sources accuse certain local barons of deliberately undermining the siege, unwilling to see Damascus fall under the control of rival Crusader factions. After just 4 days, the Crusader leaders ordered a retreat. The withdrawal turned into humiliation as the great armies of France, Germany, and Jerusalem limped back to Acre without having breached the walls. The failure at Damascus shattered the Second Crusade. Militarily, it revealed the poor planning and lack of coordination that had dogged the expedition since its beginning. Politically, it alienated the Crusaders from potential allies. Damascus, once occasionally aligned with Jerusalem, now turned decisively toward Nur ad-Din for protection. The Crusaders had not only failed to expand their territory, but had also strengthened their enemies by driving Muslim Syria closer to unity. For Louis VII and Conrad III, the retreat marked a humiliating end to their expedition. Both kings soon returned to Europe, their reputations diminished. For the papacy, which had proclaimed the crusade as a divinely sanctioned mission, the disaster was a severe blow to its spiritual prestige. In the end, The siege of Damascus symbolized the collapse of the Second Crusade itself. What began with high hopes of restoring Christian dominance in the East ended in political division, strategic blunders, and a crushing defeat that emboldened Muslim resistance. Aftermath: 1149 onwards. The collapse of the Second Crusade in 1148 sent shockwaves across Christendom and reshaped the balance of power in the Levant for decades to come. What had begun with soaring expectations of restoring Christian dominance ended in bitter disillusionment, leaving behind political, religious, and military consequences that echoed well into the future. Political consequences in Europe. For Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany, the failed crusade was a profound embarrassment. Both had invested immense resources and prestige in the campaign, only to return home empty-handed. Louis's failure weakened his monarchy at a time when the Capetian kings were still consolidating authority in France. Conrad, though respected as emperor, saw his authority diminished among German princes who questioned the value of imperial leadership abroad. The papacy, too, suffered. Pope Eugenius III had issued the bull Quantum Predecessore and placed the full spiritual weight of the Church behind the crusade. Its failure undermined papal credibility and contributed to growing skepticism about whether crusades were truly divinely ordained missions or politically driven gambles. Strengthening of Muslim states under Nur ad-Din. If Europe reeled from disappointment, the Muslim world emerged stronger and more united. In the aftermath of the failed siege of Damascus, the city allied itself firmly with Nur ad-Din, the powerful ruler of Aleppo and son of Zengi. This was a decisive moment in the consolidation of Muslim Syria. Nur ad-Din used the opportunity to portray himself as the defender of Islam against foreign invaders. His growing prestige laid the groundwork for future unity in the region, ultimately leading to the rise of Saladin, who would consolidate Egypt and Syria and later challenge the Crusaders during the Third Crusade. The failure of the Second Crusade thus accelerated the process of Muslim political and military consolidation. Weakening of Crusader prestige. For the Crusader states, the debacle was disastrous. Not only had they failed to expand their territories, but their attempted conquest of Damascus alienated a city that had once been a useful, if reluctant, ally. Instead of strengthening their position, the Crusaders created a more dangerous foe, with Damascus now aligned against them. More broadly, the aura of Crusader invincibility, created by the First Crusade's stunning victories, was shattered. Muslim leaders realized that with unity and careful strategy, the Crusaders could be defeated. Maps and geographic analysis. The Second Crusade cannot be understood without attention to geography, since terrain, routes, and political borders shaped both strategy and outcome. The movement of armies, the locations of battles, and the fragile geography of the Crusader states all played decisive roles in the eventual collapse of the Crusade. Routes of German and French armies. The Crusade was launched simultaneously by the two great powers of Western Europe, the Holy Roman Empire under Conrad III and the Kingdom of France under Louis VII. Both armies marched overland toward the Levant, traversing the Byzantine Empire before crossing into Anatolia. Conrad's Germans left first, marching through Hungary and the Balkans into Byzantine territory. From Constantinople, they crossed into Asia Minor, following the old Roman military road toward Dorylaeum. The route was direct but treacherous, cutting through mountainous regions with limited supplies. Louis VII's French army followed a similar path but lagged behind. By the time they crossed Anatolia, the Germans had already been devastated by Seljuk ambushes, forcing Louis to adapt his march. His forces endured brutal mountain terrain and constant skirmishes, losing thousands before reaching Antioch and then Jerusalem. The overlapping yet staggered routes highlight both the immense logistical strain and the absence of unified planning between the two monarchs. Battle sites: Anatolia and Damascus. The geography of Anatolia was one of the Crusades' greatest obstacles. The Battle of Dorylaeum, 1147, fought near the central Anatolian plateau, exposed the vulnerability of large, slow-moving European armies against nimble Seljuk cavalry. The barren terrain and scorching climate deprived Crusaders of water and food, weakening them before battle even began. In contrast, the Siege of Damascus, 1148, unfolded in a vastly different landscape. Damascus was surrounded by rich orchards irrigated by the Barada River, creating a maze of gardens that favored defenders. Initially, the Crusaders attacked from the west, where supplies and cover were abundant. But when they shifted eastward, they found open, arid ground with strong fortifications, a disastrous choice that doomed the siege. Crusader states' geography and borders. The Crusader states, Jerusalem, Antioch, Tripoli, and the remnants of Edessa, were fragile enclaves surrounded by hostile or unstable Muslim territories. Their survival depended on holding narrow coastal plains and key fortresses that linked them together. Geographically, the states were stretched thin, separated by deserts and mountains, and reliant on maritime supply lines from Europe. This precarious geography left them highly vulnerable to a unified Muslim Syria. With Edessa lost in 1144 and Damascus alienated after 1140, conclusion, the Second Crusade, 1147 to 1149, stands as one of the most striking failures of the medieval crusading movement. Despite vast resources, royal leadership, and papal blessing, the expedition collapsed because of poor coordination, deep political divisions, and disastrous strategic decisions. The armies of Conrad III and Louis VII were decimated in Anatolia by harsh terrain and Seljuk ambushes, while their uneasy alliance with Byzantium further fractured under suspicion. The climactic siege of Damascus, meant to be a bold stroke to secure the Crusader states, instead ended in humiliation after just 4 days. Instead of regaining lost ground, the Crusaders alienated Damascus and drove it into the arms of their greatest rival, Nur ad-Din. The failure carried profound political and military consequences. In Europe, monarchs and the papacy alike suffered reputational damage, as the aura of divine favor surrounding the Crusades was shaken. The local Crusader lords, who had warned against attacking Damascus, lost faith in Western reinforcements, while the Muslims gained confidence that the once invincible Crusaders could be defeated. Strategically, the Crusader states emerged weaker and more isolated, their fragile geography now hemmed in by a more unified Muslim front. Most importantly, the Second Crusade marked a turning point in the balance of power. By cementing Damascus under Nur ad-Din's influence, it accelerated the unification of Syria. This growing strength would later pass to Saladin, who combined Egypt and Syria into a formidable empire, ultimately recapturing Jerusalem in 1187. The failure of the Second Crusade thus set the stage for the far more dramatic confrontation of the Third Crusade, led by Richard the Lionheart, Philip II of France, and Frederick Barbarossa. In the end, the Second Crusade is remembered less for its battles than for its lessons. Disunity, poor strategy, and mistrust could doom even the mightiest armies. A firing. Now let's uncover how Richard the Lionheart and Saladin turned 1189 to 1192 into one of the greatest clashes of the Crusades. The Crusades were among the most defining episodes of medieval history, shaping relations between Christianity and Islam for centuries. They were not merely wars, but also vast cultural, religious, and political movements that mobilized Europe in the name of faith and survival. The First Crusade, 1096 to 1099, called by Pope Urban II, had ended in the astonishing capture of Jerusalem in 1099, creating several fragile Crusader states, most notably the Kingdom of Jerusalem. For nearly a century, Western knights, settlers, and rulers tried to defend these territories against constant pressure from Muslim powers. The Second Crusade, 1147 to 1149, had been launched in response to the fall of the County of Edessa. But despite the involvement of kings such as Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany, it ended in failure and further weakened the Crusader cause. These early crusading expeditions set the stage for what would become the most famous and dramatic of them all, the Third Crusade. By the latter half of the 12th century, the balance of power in the Holy Land had begun to shift decisively in favor of the Muslims. Fragmentation among Islamic rulers, which had once allowed the Crusaders to hold their ground, was replaced by unity under powerful leaders. Among them, the Kurdish general and sultan Salah al-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, better known in the West as Saladin, emerged as a figure of immense authority and vision. By uniting Egypt and Syria under his Ayyubid dynasty, Saladin posed a grave threat to the Crusader kingdoms. His military skill, coupled with religious devotion to the cause of jihad, made him a formidable opponent to the Latin Christians of the East. The turning point came in 1187 with the Battle of Hattin, a catastrophic defeat for the Crusader armies. Saladin's forces destroyed much of the military strength of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, capturing King Guy of Lusignan and many prominent nobles. In the aftermath, Saladin swept through Palestine almost unopposed. The fall of Jerusalem on October 2nd, 1187, sent shockwaves throughout Christendom. For the first time since its conquest in 1099, the Holy City, revered as the place of Christ's crucifixion and resurrection, was once again under Muslim control. The news of Jerusalem's loss provoked despair and outrage in Europe. Chroniclers wrote of mass weeping in churches, as Christians struggled to comprehend how the most sacred city in Christendom could be wrested away. Pope Gregory VIII issued the papal bull Audita Tremendi, a passionate call to arms that denounced the sins of Christendom and urged knights, kings, and commoners alike to take up the cross. The fall of Jerusalem was not simply the loss of a city. It was a devastating blow to Christian identity and pride. To many, it seemed that Christ himself had been dishonored, and only a great effort could redeem this humiliation. Background and causes. The Third Crusade cannot be understood without examining the shifting balance of power in the late 12th century. The fragile Crusader states carved out after the First Crusade had long depended on divisions within the Muslim world for their survival. For decades, Christian rulers benefited from rivalries among Seljuk Turks, Fatimids, and various local emirs. However, the rise of a unifying figure in the Muslim world, Saladin, would transform this landscape entirely and set the stage for the most dramatic confrontation of the crusading era. The rise of Saladin and his empire. Salah al-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, known in the West as Saladin, began his career as a military commander under his uncle Shirkuh, a general in the service of Nur al-Din of Aleppo. Initially underestimated by both allies and foes, Saladin quickly proved himself a skilled strategist and administrator. After consolidating power in Egypt in the 1660s, he abolished the Fatimid Caliphate in 1171, re-establishing Sunni authority and strengthening ties with the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad. By combining Egypt's wealth with Syria's military might, Saladin forged a powerful and united realm that dwarfed the fragmented Crusader states. Saladin was not merely a conqueror. He was deeply motivated by the religious ideal of jihad, which he saw as a sacred duty to defend Islam and reclaim Jerusalem from Christian rule. His leadership style, marked by generosity, piety, and chivalry, earned him loyalty from his followers and even respect from some Christian contemporaries. By the 1180s, Saladin had become the undisputed leader of a vast empire stretching from North Africa to Mesopotamia, and his attention turned decisively toward the Crusader presence in Palestine. The Battle of Hattin, 1187, and the loss of Jerusalem. The decisive moment came in July 1187. The Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem, already weakened by internal rivalries between King Guy of Lusignan and the powerful noble Raymond of Tripoli, marched out to confront Saladin's forces near the village of Hattin. The Christian army, numbering perhaps 20,000, was lured into the arid countryside under the blazing summer sun. Far from water sources, Saladin's forces encircled them, setting grass fires to choke and disorient the Crusaders, while cutting off access to Lake Tiberias. The result was a catastrophic defeat for the Christians. The true cross, their most sacred relic, was captured. King Guy himself was taken prisoner, along with many of the kingdom's leading nobles. Only a handful of defenders remained to man the fortresses that dotted the kingdom. In the wake of this victory, Saladin swiftly advanced, capturing cities and fortresses almost unopposed. On October 2nd, 1187, Jerusalem surrendered after a short siege. Unlike the massacre that followed its capture in 1099, Saladin allowed most inhabitants to ransom their freedom, an act that enhanced his reputation even further. The fall of Jerusalem sent shockwaves across Christendom. For nearly a century, the Holy City had stood as the proud symbol of Christian triumph in the East. Its sudden loss was not only a military disaster, but a spiritual and cultural catastrophe. The papal call for a new crusade. When news of Jerusalem's fall reached Europe, despair quickly turned to determination. Pope Gregory VIII issued the bull Audita Tremendi in late 1187, lamenting the sins of Christendom and declaring the disaster as divine punishment. He called upon all Christians, kings, knights, and commoners alike, to take up the cross and reclaim the Holy Land. Unlike the Second Crusade, which had lacked unified leadership, the papacy now sought to inspire a massive, coordinated response. This call resonated deeply. The outrage over Jerusalem's loss stirred monarchs to action. Frederick Barbarossa, the Holy Roman Emperor, took the cross, as did King Philip II of France and King Richard I of England, later known as Richard the Lionheart. The participation of such powerful rulers gave the movement unprecedented prestige, and the Third Crusade was soon underway. The major leaders. The Third Crusade stands out from the other expeditions to the Holy Land, not only because of its scale and ambition, but because of the extraordinary personalities who led it. Unlike earlier crusades, this was a crusade of kings, drawing together some of the most powerful rulers of Christendom and pitting them against one of the most remarkable Muslim leaders of the age. The clash between these figures, each with distinct strengths, ambitions, and legacies, defined the course of the campaign. Frederick Barbarossa, the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick I, better known as Frederick Barbarossa, Redbeard, was the veteran emperor of the Holy Roman Empire and one of the most respected rulers of his era. Crowned emperor in 1155, he had spent decades consolidating his vast realm, which stretched across much of Central Europe. Barbarossa combined charisma with an iron will, earning loyalty from his nobles and respect from his enemies. His decision to join the crusade gave the movement unmatched prestige, for he was by far the most experienced of the leaders. In 1189, at the age of nearly 70, Barbarossa embarked on the arduous overland journey to the east, commanding a massive army of perhaps 100,000 men. His presence inspired hope that the Crusaders would reclaim Jerusalem. Tragically, his campaign was cut short. In June 1190, while crossing the Salef River in Cilicia, Barbarossa drowned, an event that stunned Christendom and caused much of his army to disperse. Though his crusade ended in tragedy, his participation underscored the seriousness of the Christian response to Saladin's conquests. Richard I, the Lionheart of England. Richard I of England, called the Lionheart, was one of the most iconic figures of the crusading era. Known for his fearlessness in battle and his military brilliance, Richard embodied the knightly ideal. Though often criticized for neglecting domestic affairs, he poured his energy and resources into the crusade. His arrival in the Holy Land in 1191 transformed the campaign, for he brought with him not only a formidable army and fleet, but also a reputation that struck fear into his enemies. Richard's strategic genius was displayed most clearly at the Battle of Arsuf, 1191, where he decisively defeated Saladin's forces, proving that the Crusaders could still challenge Muslim supremacy. His bold leadership reinvigorated the cause, though his fiery temper and rivalry with Philip II sometimes hindered unity. Richard's negotiations with Saladin eventually led to a compromise that secured Christian access to Jerusalem, even if the city itself remained in Muslim hands. Philip II, King of France. Philip II, often called Philip Augustus, was another monarch of immense stature. Unlike Richard, Philip was a shrewd politician rather than a battlefield commander. He was instrumental in organizing the crusade and sailed to the east alongside Richard in 1190. However, tensions between the two kings soon emerged, as both vied for influence and prestige. Philip played a key role in the Siege of Acre, 1189 to 1191, which marked the first major Christian victory of the crusade. Yet shortly after this success, he returned to France, citing illness and pressing political matters at home. His departure weakened the Crusader coalition and left Richard as the dominant Christian leader in the Holy Land. Even so, Philip's contribution to the early phase of the crusade was critical to its initial momentum. Saladin, Sultan of Egypt and Syria. Opposing these kings was Saladin, the Sultan of Egypt and Syria. By 1187, he had already achieved legendary status through his unification of the Muslim world and his recapture of Jerusalem. Saladin's leadership combined military brilliance with diplomacy and religious devotion. Unlike many of his Christian adversaries, he often tempered warfare with clemency, releasing prisoners and showing mercy to conquered populations, which enhanced his reputation as a chivalrous ruler. Throughout the Third Crusade, Saladin faced enormous pressure from Richard's campaigns, yet he proved resilient. Even after defeats, he managed to preserve his core forces and retain Jerusalem. His negotiations with Richard were marked by mutual respect, and though they remained bitter enemies, both admired the other's courage and honor. Saladin's success in defending Jerusalem ensured his place as one of the greatest figures of medieval Islamic history. The Crusade begins. The Third Crusade, unlike its predecessors, was not simply a wave of popular enthusiasm, but a carefully orchestrated campaign involving Europe's most powerful monarchs. After the shocking news of Jerusalem's fall in 1187, Europe mobilized on a scale never seen before. The Crusades' beginning was marked by extensive preparations, bold journeys, and tragic setbacks that shaped the course of the campaign before it truly began in the Holy Land. European preparations. The papal bull Audita Tremendi, issued by Pope Gregory VIII, had stirred an enormous response across Christendom. Clergy preached the crusade in cathedrals, marketplaces, and village squares, reminding people that the loss of Jerusalem was a divine punishment for sin. Nobles and knights across Europe took the cross, pledging to march east in defense of the Holy City. Financial measures were established to support the campaign, such as the Saladin tithe, a special tax levied in England and France to raise the vast sums needed for armies, supplies, and fleets. Unlike previous crusades, this expedition was to be led by kings themselves: Frederick Barbarossa of the Holy Roman Empire, Richard I of England, and Philip II of France pledged their participation, lending the enterprise unmatched authority. Their involvement raised hopes across Europe that unity and strength would ensure victory over Saladin. Yet even before the armies reached the east, the crusade faced immense challenges. Frederick Barbarossa's journey and death. Frederick Barbarossa, though nearly 70, was the first to set out. In May 1189, he led a massive German army, estimated at over 100,000 men, across the Danube and through Hungary, the Byzantine Empire, and Anatolia. His disciplined march impressed both allies and enemies, and many believed his experience and prestige would make him the natural leader of the crusade. However, the journey was grueling. The Byzantines, wary of his presence, were reluctant to provide supplies, and in Anatolia, his army faced Turkish attacks and harsh terrain. Despite these hardships, Barbarossa pressed forward with determination, reaching Cilicia by June 1190. But disaster struck on June 10th, when the emperor drowned while attempting to cross the Salif River, modern Göksu River. His sudden death sent shockwaves through the Crusader host. Leaderless and demoralized, much of the German army dispersed. Only a fraction continued on to the Holy Land, under the command of Barbarossa's son, Frederick of Swabia. The loss of the great emperor was a severe blow to the crusade, before the main confrontation with Saladin had even begun. Arrival of Richard and Philip. While the Germans faltered, the kings of England and France prepared their own expeditions. Richard the Lionheart and Philip II sailed separately, amassing fleets and armies to transport their forces to the eastern Mediterranean. Both departed in 1190, stopping in Sicily to rest and secure supplies. Tensions between the two monarchs began to surface during this time, as Richard's forceful personality and military ambition often clashed with Philip's more cautious approach. Richard's fleet also faced setbacks. A storm scattered some of his ships, and several ran aground on Cyprus. When the local ruler, Isaac Komnenos, mistreated the survivors, Richard responded with decisive force, conquering the island in 1191. Cyprus became a valuable base of operations for the Crusaders, supplying food and reinforcements for years to come. Meanwhile, both Richard and Philip eventually converged on the port city of Acre, where a combined Crusader force had been besieging Saladin's garrison since 1189. Their arrival brought renewed energy and manpower to the weary besiegers, setting the stage for one of the most pivotal sieges of the entire crusade. The beginning of the Third Crusade was thus marked by both triumph and tragedy. Barbarossa's tragic death robbed the Christians of their most senior leader, yet the arrival of Richard and Philip promised a reinvigorated struggle against Saladin. With the kings now in the Holy Land, the true contest between Christendom and Islam was about to begin. Battles and campaigns. The Third Crusade was defined by a series of major battles and campaigns that tested the resolve of both Crusaders and Muslims. From the bloody siege of Acre to the dramatic clash at Arsuf and the maneuvering around Jerusalem, the struggle became a contest of endurance, strategy, and leadership between Richard the Lionheart and Saladin. The Siege of Acre, 1189 to 1191. The port city of Acre became the focal point of the early crusade. Laid under siege by Christian forces in 1189, Acre endured a brutal 2-year struggle. Crusaders, including contingents from Europe and the remnants of Barbarossa's German army, encircled the city, while Saladin's forces surrounded the besiegers, creating a deadly stalemate. Disease, starvation, and constant skirmishes devastated both sides. The arrival of Richard I and Philip II in 1191 tipped the balance. Richard, despite suffering from illness, deployed siege engines and naval superiority to batter Acre's defenses. In July 1191, the exhausted garrison finally surrendered. For the Crusaders, Acre was a vital prize, a secure base and gateway to the interior of Palestine. For Saladin, its loss was a bitter setback. Tensions between the Crusader leaders, however, soon emerged, as Philip departed for France, leaving Richard in sole command. Richard versus Saladin. Military strategies. The confrontation between Richard and Saladin became a battle of wits as much as arms. Richard relied on discipline, heavy cavalry, and careful logistics, ensuring his army moved in tight formations and remained supplied. His naval dominance allowed him to control the coastline, keeping his forces provisioned and mobile. Saladin, by contrast, employed mobility and harassment. His horse archers excelled at hit-and-run tactics, harassing the Crusader columns, attempting to lure them into rash attacks, and cutting off their access to water. Saladin avoided full-scale battle when possible, preferring to wear down his opponent through attrition. The clash of these two strategies reached its peak in 1191 at Arsuf. The Battle of Arsuf, 1191. On September 7, 1191, Richard's army was marching south along the coast toward Jaffa when Saladin launched a massive assault near Arsuf. For hours, waves of Muslim cavalry and archers harassed the Crusader column, hoping to break its cohesion. Richard, however, held his troops firm, refusing to be drawn into premature charges. Finally, at the decisive moment, Richard ordered his knights to charge. The disciplined counterattack shattered Saladin's lines, routing his cavalry and securing a resounding Crusader victory. Arsuf was not merely a battlefield success. It restored Christian morale and demonstrated that Saladin could be beaten in open combat. Richard's reputation as a military genius was firmly established. The campaigns of the Third Crusade thus showcased both the brilliance and limits of medieval warfare. Richard's victories restored Christian strength, but Saladin's resilience ensured that Jerusalem remained in Muslim hands. The struggle between the two leaders became legendary, marked by both fierce combat and mutual respect. The campaigns of the Third Crusade thus showcased both the brilliance and limits of medieval warfare. Richard's victories restored Christian strength, but Saladin's resilience ensured that Jerusalem remained in Muslim hands. The struggle between the two leaders became legendary, marked by both fierce combat and mutual respect. Negotiations between Richard and Saladin. Throughout the campaign, Richard and Saladin engaged in intermittent diplomacy. Despite being fierce adversaries, both leaders displayed mutual respect. Envoys frequently traveled between their camps, discussing prisoner exchanges, truces, and even a proposed marriage alliance between Richard's sister, Joan of England, and Saladin's brother, El-Adil. Though such ambitious plans never materialized, these talks reveal the pragmatic side of both leaders. Ultimately, Their negotiations culminated in the Treaty of Jaffa, 1192, which ended the crusade by granting Christians access to Jerusalem, while leaving the city under Muslim control. Richard's alliances. Richard also pursued alliances to bolster his strategic position. His conquest of Cyprus in 1191 was a masterstroke. The island became a crucial supply base and financial hub for the crusade. Richard sold Cyprus to the Knights Templar, then later to Guy of Lusignan, securing political stability in the region. He also courted local powers hostile to Saladin, including some discontented Muslim leaders. Demonstrating his skill as a diplomat as well as a warrior, these maneuvers ensured that the Crusaders maintained strong supply lines and regional allies despite setbacks inland. Political rivalries between Richard and Philip. Diplomatic challenges were not limited to dealings with Saladin. Within the Crusader ranks, tensions simmered between Richard and Philip II of France. The two kings had set out as allies, but jealousy, disputes over leadership, and rival claims to territories in the east fueled conflict. Philip's early departure from the crusade in 1191 left Richard as the dominant Christian leader, but also deepened political rivalries that continued back in Europe. End of the crusade. By 1192, after years of fighting marked by both triumph and frustration, the Third Crusade reached its conclusion. Neither side could secure a decisive victory. The Crusaders, despite Richard's brilliance on the battlefield, lacked the strength to capture Jerusalem. Saladin, though still the master of the Holy City, could not dislodge the Christians from their strong coastal bases. Exhaustion, dwindling resources, and pressing political concerns in Europe and the Muslim world alike paved the way for compromise. The Treaty of Jaffa, 1192. In September 1192, Richard the Lionheart and Saladin agreed to the Treaty of Jaffa, which formally ended hostilities. Under its terms, Jerusalem remained under Muslim control, but Christian pilgrims were granted safe passage to the holy sites, including the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. The Crusaders retained a stretch of the Palestinian coastline from Tyre to Jaffa, ensuring that they maintained a strategic foothold in the region. The treaty also restored order to war-torn territories, offering a 3-year truce between the two sides. The treaty reflected both leaders' pragmatism. Richard knew he could not realistically hold Jerusalem even if he captured it, given his limited manpower and looming troubles back in England. Saladin, meanwhile, recognized that his prolonged war against the Crusaders threatened to overstretch his resources and invited dissent among his allies. The agreement, therefore, allowed both men to withdraw with their honor intact. What the Crusaders gained and lost. The Crusaders' greatest loss was Jerusalem itself. Despite years of effort and sacrifice, the Holy City remained in Muslim hands. Many in Europe saw this as a failure, for the original aim of the Crusade, recapturing Jerusalem, was not achieved. Yet the Crusaders did gain important advantages. The capture of Acre and control of the coastal corridor ensured the survival of the Crusader states, which had been on the verge of collapse after the disaster of Hattin in 1187. Access to the holy places in Jerusalem, guaranteed by treaty, also provided spiritual consolation for the Christian world. Most importantly, the Crusade demonstrated that Christian power in the East had not been extinguished, even if it had been diminished. Saladin's legacy versus Richard's the Third Crusade elevated both Saladin and Richard the Lionheart into legends. For the Muslim world, Saladin was the great unifier and defender of Islam, the man who restored Jerusalem to Muslim control after nearly a century. His reputation for mercy and chivalry, such as sparing the population of Jerusalem in 1187, made him an enduring hero in Islamic memory. Richard, by contrast, became the embodiment of the crusading knight in European imagination. His daring victories, especially at Arsuf and Jaffa, and his fearless leadership earned him the title Lionheart. Yet his inability to secure Jerusalem left a sense of unfulfilled promise. Moreover, his absence from England during the Crusade created political instability at home. In the end, the Third Crusade ended not with the dramatic reconquest of the Holy City, but with a pragmatic compromise. It preserved Christian influence in the Holy Land, enshrined the reputations of Richard and Saladin, and set the stage for future crusading efforts. The legacy of the Crusade was thus a mixture of glory and disappointment, an epic struggle remembered as much for the greatness of its leaders as for its inconclusive outcome. Aftermath: the Third Crusade ended in 1192 with the Treaty of Jaffa, leaving a complex legacy for both Europe and the Middle East. Although the Crusaders failed to recapture Jerusalem, the campaign ensured that Christian power in the Holy Land did not collapse entirely. The coastal corridor secured by Richard the Lionheart from Tyre to Jaffa allowed the Crusader states to survive for another century. For the Muslim world, the retention of Jerusalem under Saladin's rule symbolized both triumph and divine favor, reinforcing the Ayyubid dynasty's legitimacy. Jerusalem remained under Muslim control largely because of strategic realities. Richard recognized that even if the Crusaders captured the city, they lacked the manpower to defend it against counterattacks. Saladin's armies remained strong, and the surrounding Muslim territories ensured that the city would be isolated and vulnerable. Thus, both sides accepted a compromise. Christian pilgrims gained access to Jerusalem's holy sites, but political authority remained firmly in Muslim hands. This pragmatic arrangement reflected the limitations of medieval warfare, where supply lines, fortifications, and manpower often determined success more than battlefield victories. The outcome of the Third Crusade deeply influenced later crusading efforts. In Europe, Richard and Saladin's legendary rivalry became the subject of chronicles and songs, fueling both admiration and frustration. Many Christians saw the failure to reclaim Jerusalem as a sign that more crusades were necessary. Indeed, the crusading movement continued, leading to the ill-fated Fourth Crusade, 1202 to 1204, which was diverted to Constantinople instead of the Holy Land. Later expeditions sought to emulate Richard's achievements, but rarely matched his success. In the end, the Third Crusade preserved a Christian presence in the East while cementing Muslim dominance over Jerusalem. It left behind a legacy of both heroism and disappointment, shaping the crusading spirit for generations to come. Historical analysis. The Third Crusade, 1189 to 1192, occupies a unique place in medieval history as both a military campaign of remarkable feats and a clash of towering personalities. While it did not achieve its principal objective, the recovery of Jerusalem, it nonetheless demonstrated the resilience of Christian and Muslim powers and reshaped the balance in the Levant for decades. Military significance of the Third Crusade. Militarily, the Crusade was a testament to the evolution of strategy and logistics in medieval warfare. The Siege of Acre showed the importance of naval power, siege technology, and sustained supply lines. Acre's capture gave the Crusaders a critical base, proving that despite the disaster at Hattin, Christian arms could still deliver decisive victories. The Battle of Arsuf, where Richard I's disciplined countercharge broke Saladin's cavalry, highlighted the effectiveness of heavy cavalry when deployed with tactical patience. Yet, the failure to capture Jerusalem also underscored the limitations of crusading warfare. Long campaigns in hostile territory strained supply lines, especially when armies relied on fleets for provisions. The Crusaders could win battles, but struggled to translate victories into lasting territorial control. Saladin's strategy of harassment, attrition, and avoiding decisive defeats proved just as effective as Richard. Clash of personalities. Richard versus Saladin. The duel between Richard the Lionheart and Saladin elevated the Third Crusade into legend. Richard embodied the crusading knight, fearless, aggressive, and tactically brilliant. Saladin, by contrast, personified the ideal Muslim ruler, pious, pragmatic, and unifying. Their encounters, whether on the battlefield or at the negotiating table, reflected two different but equally formidable approaches to leadership. Though fierce adversaries, the two leaders admired each other's courage and chivalry. Richard's defense of Jaffa in 1192, where he led a desperate counterattack against overwhelming odds, became as famous as Saladin's mercy at Jerusalem in 1187. Their rivalry was not merely military, but symbolic, encapsulating the broader confrontation between Christendom and Islam during the crusading era. Lessons learned from the Crusade. The Third Crusade offered enduring lessons for both sides. For the Christians, it revealed the difficulty of sustaining long-term campaigns far from home. The premature death of Frederick Barbarossa and the rivalry between Richard and Philip II demonstrated how fragile Crusader unity was. Despite victories, without lasting cooperation and manpower, Jerusalem could not be held. For the Muslims, the Crusade underscored the importance of unity under strong leadership. Saladin's ability to rally diverse Muslim factions was key to preserving Jerusalem. Even after defeats, his refusal to allow despair or division ensured that the Ayyubid state endured. The broader lesson was that the Holy Land could no longer be dominated by one side alone. Both Richard and Saladin recognized this reality, which is why their conflict ended in compromise. The Treaty of Jaffa symbolized a shift from dreams of total conquest to pragmatic coexistence, at least temporarily. In the end, the Third Crusade was less about territory than about prestige and legacy. It preserved the Crusader states, strengthened Muslim control of Jerusalem, and created legendary figures whose reputations transcended their immediate achievements. Its lessons in strategy, diplomacy, and leadership echo far beyond the medieval world. Conclusion: the Third Crusade remains one of the most debated episodes of the medieval era, raising the central question: was it a success or a failure? On one hand, the Crusaders failed in their ultimate objective, recapturing Jerusalem. For much of Christendom, this was a bitter disappointment. The Holy City, lost to Saladin in 1187, remained under Muslim control, and the dream of restoring it to Christian rule went unfulfilled. From this perspective, the Crusade appeared to be a costly failure, marked by thousands of lives lost and enormous resources spent without achieving its primary goal. Yet, judged more broadly, the Third Crusade was not without success. Richard the Lionheart's victories at Acre, Arsuf, and Jaffa preserved the survival of the Crusader states, which had been on the brink of annihilation after Hattin. The Treaty of Jaffa secured safe passage for Christian pilgrims to Jerusalem's holy sites, a meaningful, if limited, achievement. Moreover, the Crusade restored Christian prestige, proving that Christendom could still challenge Saladin's power on equal terms. The long-term consequences were mixed. For Christendom, the Crusade deepened both inspiration and frustration. It demonstrated the valor of leaders like Richard, but also revealed the persistent weakness of disunity, as seen in the rivalry between Richard and Philip and the loss of Frederick Barbarossa. For the Islamic world, the Crusade reaffirmed Muslim strength and the enduring significance of Jerusalem under Saladin's guardianship, solidifying his legacy as a heroic defender of Islam. Ultimately, the Third Crusade ended in compromise rather than conquest. It was neither total victory nor total defeat, but a reminder of the limits of both faith and power. Its legacy shaped the crusading movement for generations, fueling both hope and disappointment in equal measure. The Crusades had already shaken the medieval world. Jerusalem seized in the first, disaster striking in the second, and kings battling Saladin in the third. But the Fourth Crusade would break the pattern. Instead of reaching the Holy Land, the Crusaders turned their swords on fellow Christians, forever changing East and West. Before we dive into the forgotten story of the Fourth Crusade, make sure to subscribe for more epic history tales. Now, let's uncover how a holy mission to Jerusalem ended in the shocking sack of Constantinople. The end of the Third Crusade in 1192 left Europe both inspired and frustrated. On the one hand, the crusading spirit burned brightly, fueled by the bravery of figures such as Richard the Lionheart and the resilience of Saladin. On the other, Jerusalem, the sacred city that had motivated countless knights, kings, and common folk to take the cross, remained firmly under Muslim control. Though the Crusaders had secured a fragile peace through the Treaty of Jaffa, they had failed to achieve the ultimate goal of restoring Christian dominance over the Holy City. This mixture of partial success and lingering disappointment created fertile ground for renewed calls to arms. Christendom still longed for redemption, both spiritual and military, and many believed that another campaign could finally accomplish what the Third Crusade had left unfinished. Into this atmosphere stepped Pope Innocent III, elected to the papacy in 1198. Unlike many of his predecessors, Innocent was both young and energetic, determined to reassert papal authority and position himself as the supreme leader of Christendom. For him, the Crusades were not just military endeavors, but also spiritual missions that symbolized unity under the Church's guidance. The papacy, in his vision, would serve as the heart of Christendom's military and moral strength. He saw the failure of the Third Crusade as an opportunity to rally the faithful once more, but this time with stricter papal control, ensuring that the mistakes of political rivalry and divided leadership would not be repeated. Pope Innocent III framed the idea of a new crusade in explicitly religious terms. He issued papal bulls promising full remission of sins to all who joined, portraying the journey not as a worldly conquest, but as an act of piety and sacrifice. He also introduced measures to prevent corruption, misuse of funds, and political infighting, pitfalls that had plagued earlier crusading efforts. To Innocent, reclaiming Jerusalem was not merely a military objective, it was a sacred duty, essential to affirming the supremacy of Christianity in the face of Islamic power. In his appeals, he emphasized both divine reward and communal responsibility, urging kings, nobles, and common people alike to answer God's call. The goals of Pope Innocent III were ambitious and multifaceted. He sought not only to recover Jerusalem, but also to strengthen the Church's spiritual authority, heal divisions among European rulers, and extend papal influence over both East and West. The Crusade, as he envisioned it, would serve as a grand unifying project, channeling the restless energies of Europe's knights and barons away from internal wars and toward a common cause under papal leadership. By redirecting violence outward, Innocent hoped to restore peace in Europe while elevating the Church's standing across Christendom. Thus, the calling of the Fourth Crusade was both a continuation of the crusading tradition and a new experiment in papal leadership. While its stated aim remained a liberation of the Holy Land, the crusade would soon take an unexpected and dramatic turn, one that revealed the complex intersection of faith, politics, and ambition. Instead of fulfilling Innocent III's grand vision, the Fourth Crusade would become infamous for its diversion to Constantinople, forever altering relations between the Latin West and the Byzantine East. Background to the Crusade. To understand why the Fourth Crusade was launched, it is important to look at the religious, political, and economic climate of Europe after the Third Crusade. Although the previous campaign had regained some important coastal cities like Acre and Jaffa, it had failed in its most critical mission, the recovery of Jerusalem. The loss of the Holy City remained a wound in the Christian imagination, a symbol of incomplete redemption and divine judgment. The failure of the Crusaders to achieve their ultimate goal left many in Europe with a sense of unfinished business, fueling the idea that another expedition was not only desirable, but necessary for the salvation of Christendom. Religious motivations. At the heart of the crusading spirit lay the promise of spiritual reward. Pilgrimage to the Holy Land was already seen as an act of deep devotion. But the Crusades went a step further. They offered indulgences and full remission of sins for those who took the cross. For knights and warriors burdened by a life of violence, this was an opportunity for spiritual cleansing. The Church reinforced the belief that fighting for Jerusalem was not just warfare, but a sacred duty, a way of earning eternal salvation. The growing emphasis on penitence and divine reward made the crusading movement particularly appealing to all classes of society, from peasants seeking God's grace to nobles seeking a holy legacy. Political motivations. The Europe of the late 12th century was deeply fragmented. Powerful monarchs such as Richard the Lionheart of England and Philip II of France had clashed during the Third Crusade, and their rivalries weakened the campaign's unity. After their return, tensions between European powers continued, often erupting into wars among Christian kingdoms themselves. For Pope Innocent III, a renewed crusade provided a chance to redirect this destructive energy outward. By uniting Europe's warring rulers under one holy cause, the papacy hoped to impose a measure of peace at home while consolidating its own authority. The crusade thus became a tool not only for recovering Jerusalem, but also for reordering European politics under papal guidance. Economic motivations. Beyond religion and politics, there were clear material incentives that motivated participation in the Crusades. Italian maritime republics like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa saw opportunities to expand their trading networks across the Mediterranean. By controlling ports and securing access to Eastern markets, they could enrich themselves through trade in spices, silks, and other luxury goods. For many knights and nobles, the Crusades promised new lands, wealth, and prestige. Though spiritual devotion was the stated reason for taking the cross, the lure of economic gain played a significant role in attracting participants and financial backers. Europe, after the Third Crusade. The Treaty of Jaffa, 1192, had established a temporary truce between Christians and Muslims, allowing pilgrims to visit Jerusalem even though it remained under Muslim control. However, this uneasy peace did little to satisfy the wider population of Christendom. The memory of past victories during the First Crusade still inspired hope, while the disappointments of the Second and Third reminded everyone of the challenges ahead. Many believed that only with stronger leadership and divine favor could the Christian armies finally achieve their ultimate goal: the papacy's renewed ambitions. Against this backdrop, Pope Innocent III emerged as a dynamic and determined leader. Unlike the older, more cautious popes before him, Innocent was young, bold, and eager to assert papal supremacy over kings and nobles alike. He envisioned the papacy as the supreme power in Christendom, both spiritually and politically. Calling for a new crusade was central to this vision. It offered the chance to prove papal authority, unify Europe under Rome's leadership, and recover Jerusalem for Christendom. Innocent hoped that the Fourth Crusade would be both a spiritual triumph and a demonstration of papal power on a scale never before seen. Thus, the stage was set for one of the most ambitious crusading projects of the Middle Ages. Yet, despite its lofty goals, the Fourth Crusade would take a very different path from what Innocent III had intended. Planning the crusade. Once Pope Innocent III had issued the call for a new crusade in 1198, the next challenge was to organize it. Planning a campaign of such magnitude required not only religious zeal, but also careful negotiation, financial resources, and logistical arrangements. The early stages of preparation revealed both the strengths and weaknesses of the Fourth Crusade, and the decisions made during this period would determine its unusual and ultimately controversial path. Leaders and recruitment. Unlike the First and Third Crusades, which were led by great monarchs such as Richard the Lionheart, Frederick Barbarossa, and Philip II, the Fourth Crusade lacked strong royal leadership. Many kings of Europe were either unwilling or unable to take the cross. England and France were exhausted from the Third Crusade and embroiled in their own rivalry, while the German throne was contested in a bitter civil war. As a result, leadership fell to a group of French nobles, most prominently Count Thibaut of Champagne, Count Louis of Blois, and Baldwin of Flanders. These men were devoted crusaders, but their resources and political influence were more limited than those of kings. This absence of royal backing weakened the authority of the crusade from the outset, leaving it dependent on noble enthusiasm rather than centralized power. Recruitment proved challenging as well. Pope Innocent III issued papal bulls urging knights, clergy, and commoners to take the cross, but enthusiasm was uneven across Europe. While many nobles pledged themselves, the scale of participation fell short of earlier crusades. The lack of monarchs also discouraged some potential recruits who saw the absence of kings as a sign of diminished prestige. Even so, thousands of knights and soldiers were eventually gathered, largely from France and Northern Europe. The Venetian contract for transport. Once leaders and participants were secured, the next problem was how to transport the crusading army to the Holy Land. Overland travel through hostile territories was risky, so the Crusaders turned to the sea. The Republic of Venice, with its powerful navy and experience in maritime trade, was the natural choice. In 1201, the Crusaders negotiated a massive contract with the Venetians. Venice agreed to build and crew a fleet capable of transporting 33,500 men, 4,500 horses, and provisions for 9 months. In return, the Crusaders promised to pay the enormous sum of 85,000 silver marks. This agreement was ambitious but problematic. The Crusader leaders had overestimated how many men would join the expedition. When the time came to depart, fewer recruits had arrived than expected, meaning the army was far smaller than the contract anticipated. As a result, the Crusaders could not raise the full amount of money owed to Venice. Financial challenges. The inability to pay the Venetians created a financial crisis that shaped the destiny of the crusade. The Venetians, who had halted much of their commercial activity for a year to build the fleet, demanded compensation. To settle the debt, the Venetians proposed that the Crusaders assist them in capturing the Christian city of Zara, modern Zanar, Croatia, which had recently rebelled against Venetian control. Though Zara was Catholic and under papal protection, the Crusaders agreed, desperate to repay their debt and avoid being stranded. This arrangement placed the Crusaders in a dangerous position. By agreeing to attack a Christian city, they were violating papal instructions and undermining the very spiritual foundation of the crusade. Pope Innocent III condemned the attack and even excommunicated the Crusaders involved, though he later lifted the sentence to keep the movement alive. The decision to accept Venetian terms not only deepened tensions between the Crusaders and the papacy, but also set a precedent for further diversions from the Crusade's original mission. In the end, the planning of the Fourth Crusade revealed a troubling pattern. Ambitious goals constrained by weak leadership, insufficient manpower, and financial desperation. These early flaws would grow into larger crises, pushing the crusade away from its holy purpose and toward a fate few could have foreseen. The Crusaders and Venice. The relationship between the Crusaders and the Republic of Venice was one of the defining features of the Fourth Crusade. What began as a practical arrangement for transport soon evolved into a relationship of dependence, with Venice exerting decisive influence over the Crusade's direction. The debt owed to the Venetians, combined with their shrewd political maneuvering, shifted the course of the expedition away from its original goal of Jerusalem and toward targets that served Venice's commercial and territorial ambitions. The debt problem. When the leaders of the Crusade contracted with Venice in 1201, they assumed that tens of thousands of Crusaders would respond to Pope Innocent III's call. The Venetians prepared an enormous fleet for 33,500 men and 4,500 horses, halting much of their regular trade for a year to meet the Crusaders' needs. But when the time came to depart in the summer of 1202, far fewer Crusaders arrived than expected, closer to 12,000. This shortfall created a financial disaster. The Crusaders had pledged to pay 85,000 silver marks for the fleet, but with fewer participants, they could raise only about half that amount. The Venetians, having invested heavily in the project, refused to let the Crusaders depart until the debt issue was resolved. This created a serious dilemma. The army could not sail without Venetian ships, and abandoning the fleet would mean the end of the crusade before it even began. The Crusaders were effectively trapped, financially and logistically dependent. Venice's influence over the Crusade's direction. Dogged by the debt crisis, the Venetians saw an opportunity to turn the crusade toward their own strategic interests. Enrico Dandolo, the aging but astute Doge of Venice, offered a solution. If the Crusaders helped Venice recapture the Adriatic port of Zara, modern Zadar, Croatia, the debt would be reduced. Zara had once been under Venetian control, but had rebelled and placed itself under the protection of the King of Hungary. Venice sought to reassert dominance over the city, both to secure a valuable trading hub and to send a clear message about Venetian power in the Adriatic. The proposal placed the Crusaders in a moral and political quandary. Attacking Zara meant turning their weapons against a fellow Christian city, one that was under the protection of King Emmerich of Hungary, himself a crusader who had taken the cross. Pope Innocent III strictly forbade such an action, warning the Crusaders that assaulting a Christian city would bring grave consequences. Yet the Crusaders were desperate, bound by debt and lacking alternatives. Many leaders felt they had little choice but to comply with Venice's demand. The attack on Zara, 1202. In November 1202, the Crusader fleet, alongside Venetian forces, laid siege to Zara. The city fell after a brief resistance, and the Crusaders occupied it, marking the first major diversion from their holy mission. The sack of Zara was not only a military act, but also a symbolic turning point. It revealed how economic and political pressures could redirect the crusade away from its spiritual objectives. The consequences were immediate. News of the attack reached Rome, and Pope Innocent III responded with outrage. He excommunicated both the Venetians and the Crusaders involved in the assault. While the excommunication was later lifted for the majority of the Crusaders, to keep the crusade alive, the Venetians remained under papal censure. The moral authority of the crusade had been badly damaged, and doubts spread about whether the expedition still had God's blessing. The attack on Zara illustrated the growing dominance of Venice over the crusade. What had begun as a papally inspired mission to reclaim Jerusalem was now being reshaped by the commercial interests of a maritime republic. This episode foreshadowed the even greater diversion to come, the March on Constantinople, which would define the Fourth Crusade and forever change the relationship between East and West. The diversion towards Constantinople. The capture of Zara in 1202 marked a troubling shift in the Crusades' direction. But an even greater diversion soon emerged, towards Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. This redirection was not the result of papal planning, but of Byzantine political intrigue and the Crusaders' mounting dependence on Venetian influence. Byzantine politics and the role of Prince Alexios Angelos. At the time, the Byzantine Empire was ruled by Alexios III Angelos, who had seized the throne from his brother Isaac II in 1195. Isaac's young son, Prince Alexios Angelos, had fled into exile, seeking Western support to restore his father. In 1202 to 1203, Prince Alexios made contact with the Crusaders, promising vast rewards if they would aid him in reclaiming the throne. He pledged 200,000 silver marks to repay the Crusaders' debt, supplies for their army, the service of 10,000 Byzantine troops, and the submission of the Byzantine Church to Rome. For a crusade crippled by financial shortfalls and uncertainty, these promises were immensely tempting. Crusaders' negotiations with Byzantium, the prospect of solving their debt crisis while gaining a powerful ally in the East, persuaded many Crusader leaders to consider Prince Alexios' offer. The Venetians, ever pragmatic, supported the plan enthusiastically. An alliance with Byzantium could strengthen their commercial dominance. However, the decision was controversial. Many rank-and-file Crusaders felt uneasy about intervening in Byzantine politics, arguing that their mission was to recover Jerusalem, not meddle in Christian disputes. Pope Innocent III, when informed, explicitly forbade any attack on Constantinople, warning that such actions would corrupt the Crusade's spiritual purpose. Yet once again, financial desperation and Venetian influence tipped the balance in favor of diversion. Arrival at Constantinople. In June 1203, the Crusader fleet sailed into the Bosporus and anchored before the majestic walls of Constantinople. The city, one of the richest and most impregnable in the medieval world, astonished the Crusaders with its size, wealth, and splendor. They demanded that Emperor Alexios III step down and restore Isaiah II and his son to power. When Alexios III refused, the Crusaders launched an assault, breaching the city's defenses and forcing him to flee. Isaac II was restored to the throne, and his son was crowned as Alexios IV, fulfilling the Crusaders' bargain, at least temporarily. The diversion to Constantinople was a watershed moment. What had begun as a mission to liberate Jerusalem was now entangled in the dynastic struggles of Byzantium. The Crusaders, driven by debt and promises of wealth, had aligned themselves with a disputed claimant to the Byzantine throne, setting the stage for deeper conflict with Constantinople and the eventual catastrophe of 1204. The Siege of Constantinople, 1203, The arrival of the Crusaders and Venetians before the walls of Constantinople in June 1203 set the stage for one of the most extraordinary confrontations in medieval history. The Crusaders, diverted from their holy mission to Jerusalem, now found themselves besieging the greatest Christian city in the East. What followed was a dramatic series of battles, political upheavals, and mounting tensions that would reshape the course of the Fourth Crusade. The first siege and capture. When the Crusaders and Venetians arrived, Emperor Alexios III refused to abdicate in favor of his deposed brother Isaac II and his nephew, Prince Alexios Angelos. Confident in Constantinople's mighty walls and vast population, he relied on the city's defenses rather than face the Crusaders in open battle. Yet the Crusaders, though far fewer in number, had the advantage of Venetian naval power. On July 17, 1203, the Crusaders launched their first major assault. Venetian ships, fitted with scaling ladders, pressed against the seawalls along the Golden Horn, while the land army attacked the gates near the Blackernay Palace. After fierce fighting, the Venetians succeeded in capturing part of the seawall, setting fire to surrounding buildings and forcing Alexios III to panic. Instead of rallying his forces, the emperor fled the city with much of the imperial treasury. Constantinople was left defenseless, and its leaders quickly restored Isaac II to the throne. Alexios IV becomes emperor. Isaac II, blinded and imprisoned since his brother's coup in 1195, was brought out of captivity and reinstated. To secure his position, he elevated his son, Prince Alexios, as co-emperor under the title Alexios IV. For the Crusaders, this was the fulfillment of their bargain. They had placed their ally on the throne and now expected repayment for their support. Alexios IV confirmed his promises to the Crusaders, pledging to pay the 200,000 silver marks, supply provisions for the army, and bring the Byzantine Church into union with Rome. However, fulfilling these promises proved impossible. The Byzantine treasury, already strained, could not provide the vast sums demanded by the Crusaders. To raise money, Alexios IV imposed heavy taxes and seized church treasures, deeply angering both clergy and citizens. His close reliance on the Crusaders, whom many Byzantines regarded as foreign occupiers, further undermined his legitimacy. Tensions between Crusaders and Byzantines. What began as an alliance quickly turned into hostility. The Crusaders, encamped outside the city, grew restless when payments were delayed. Sporadic clashes broke out between locals and Crusader soldiers, fueled by cultural and religious differences. The Byzantines viewed the Latin Crusaders as arrogant and impious, while the Crusaders regarded the Byzantines as ungrateful and treacherous. In the summer of 1203, riots erupted within Constantinople, targeting both Latin residents and the Crusaders' camp. Fires broke out, destroying large parts of the city and further alienating its population from Alexios IV. The emperor's desperate attempts to appease the Crusaders only made him more unpopular, as many Byzantines saw him as a puppet of the Latins. By the end of 1203, the fragile arrangement was unraveling. The Crusaders had secured a foothold in Constantinople, but instead of gaining the wealth and stability they had hoped for, they found themselves mired in Byzantine politics and growing resentment. The city simmered with discontent, setting the stage for an even more violent confrontation in 1204. The fall of Constantinople, 1204. By early 1204, the uneasy alliance between the Crusaders and the Byzantines had collapsed completely. Emperor Alexios IV, unable to fulfill his financial promises, faced widespread opposition from his people. In January, a palace coup deposed him, and a new emperor, Alexios V Doukas, known as Mortsouphlos, seized power. Unlike his predecessors, Alexios V was determined to resist the Crusaders and expel them from Byzantine territory. His hostility ended all hope of reconciliation and set the stage for a second and final siege of Constantinople. The Second Siege. The Crusaders, already weary of broken promises and internal divisions, now faced open defiance from the Byzantine throne. Pope Innocent III had explicitly forbidden attacks on Christian cities, but the Crusaders argued that Alexios V was a usurper and an enemy who had murdered their ally, Alexios IV. This reasoning, combined with Venetian influence and the desperate need for wealth, convinced the army to assault the city once more. On April 9th, 1204, the Crusaders launched their first assault, which was repelled by the defenders. Undeterred, they regrouped, and on April 12th, they struck again. Venetian ships, outfitted with siege towers and boarding planks, managed to breach sections of the seawalls, while the Crusaders attacked by land. After fierce fighting, the defenders broke and the Latins stormed into the city. Alexios V fled, leaving Constantinople to its fate. The sack of the city. Violence, plunder, destruction. What followed was one of the most infamous episodes in medieval history. The Crusaders, once sworn to defend Christendom, unleashed 3 days of unchecked violence upon one of Christianity's greatest cities. Soldiers looted palaces, churches, and homes, seizing vast treasures of gold, silver, and relics. Priceless works of art, manuscripts, and icons were either destroyed or carried off to the west. The Venetians, in particular, enriched themselves by seizing relics and treasures that would later adorn the churches of Venice, most famously St. Mark's Basilica. The violence was not limited to material plunder. Contemporary sources describe horrific scenes of brutality. Civilians killed, women and nuns assaulted, and holy places desecrated. Even the great Hagia Sophia, the jewel of Byzantine Christendom, was defiled, its sacred altars looted, and its treasures carried away. For the Byzantines, the sack was not only a material catastrophe, shock across Christendom. The fall of Constantinople in 1204 sent shockwaves across the Christian world. Instead of recovering Jerusalem, the Crusaders had destroyed the greatest Christian city in the East. Pope Innocent III, upon hearing of the sack, was horrified and condemned the violence, though he later sought to legitimize the conquest to preserve the Crusades' momentum. For many, however, the Fourth Crusade had lost all spiritual credibility. The Byzantines never forgot the betrayal. The sack deepened the division between the Latin West and the Greek East, poisoning relations between the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches for centuries. The Byzantine Empire itself was shattered, replaced by the Latin Empire of Constantinople, which proved weak and short-lived. Although the Byzantines would eventually reclaim their city in 1261, the empire never fully recovered from the devastation of 1204. The fall of Constantinople in 1204 sent shockwaves across the Christian world. Instead of recovering Jerusalem, the Crusaders had destroyed the greatest Christian city in the East. Pope Innocent III, upon hearing of the sack, was horrified and condemned the violence, though he later sought to legitimize the conquest to preserve the Crusades' momentum. For many, however, the Fourth Crusade had lost all spiritual credibility. The aftermath of the Fourth Crusade. The capture and sack of Constantinople in 1204 did not mark the end of the Fourth Crusade, but the beginning of a new political order in the Eastern Mediterranean. Instead of restoring the Byzantine Empire or advancing toward Jerusalem, the Crusaders and Venetians carved out new states from the ruins of Byzantium, reshaping the region's political and economic landscape. Creation of the Latin Empire. In May 1204, The Crusaders elected Baldwin of Flanders as emperor, establishing the Latin Empire of Constantinople. Modeled on Western feudal principles, this new state claimed authority over the former Byzantine Empire, but in practice controlled only Constantinople and surrounding regions. The Latin emperors struggled to maintain legitimacy and relied heavily on Venetian and Crusader support. Fragmentation of the Byzantine world. The fall of Constantinople fractured the Byzantine world into successor states. Loyalist Byzantines fled and established independent centers of resistance. The Empire of Nicaea in Asia Minor, the Despotate of Epirus in Greece, and the Empire of Trebizond on the Black Sea coast. These states became refuges for Byzantine culture and Orthodox Christianity, preserving traditions until Constantinople was eventually recovered in 1261. However, the empire was permanently weakened, its authority shattered by decades of foreign rule and internal division. Economic gains for Venice. For Venice, the Fourth Crusade was an extraordinary success. The Republic claimed extensive territories, including key islands and coastal cities, transforming the Adriatic and Aegean seas into a Venetian lake. Control of trade routes allowed Venice to dominate east-west commerce, securing wealth and influence that would fuel its rise as a Mediterranean superpower. Thus, the aftermath of the Fourth Crusade brought ruin to Byzantium, profit to Venice, and lasting division to Christendom. A legacy of betrayal and exploitation rather than holy victory. Impact on East and West. The Fourth Crusade had consequences far beyond its immediate destruction. Its impact reshaped relations between the Eastern and Western branches of Christianity and left Byzantium so weakened that it could never fully recover. Relations between Eastern Orthodox and Western Catholic churches. The sack of Constantinople in 1204 inflicted a wound that went far deeper than material loss. The city had been the heart of Eastern Orthodoxy, and its violation by Latin Crusaders was seen as a betrayal of shared Christian faith. Although the Great Schism of 1054 had already divided Rome and Constantinople, the violence of the Fourth Crusade hardened that division into near-permanent hostility. The Orthodox saw the Latins not as fellow Christians, but as enemies who had desecrated holy sites and imposed foreign rule on their empire. Legacy of mistrust. The memory of 1204 lingered for centuries. Even when political alliances later brought East and West together, the mistrust seeded by the sack remained. Orthodox Christians often referred to Latins with bitterness, while Westerners viewed Byzantines as duplicitous and untrustworthy. Attempts at church union in later centuries, such as at the Councils of Lyons, 1274, and Florence, 1439, were met with resistance from the Orthodox population, who could not forget the atrocities of the Crusaders. Weakening of Byzantium and opening path for Ottoman conquest. Perhaps the most far-reaching consequence was the crippling of Byzantium itself. Though the Byzantines regained Constantinople in 1261, the empire was permanently weakened. Its economy, defenses, and political unity never recovered from the plunder and fragmentation of 1204. This decline left Byzantium vulnerable to rising powers in the region, particularly the Ottomans, who eventually captured Constantinople in 1453. In this sense, the Fourth Crusade not only damaged Christian unity, but also paved the way for the Islamic conquest of southeastern Europe. Historical analysis and conclusion. The Fourth Crusade stands as one of the most striking examples of a crusade that completely failed its original mission. Called by Pope Innocent III to liberate Jerusalem and strengthen Christendom, it never even approached the Holy Land. Instead, diverted first to Zara and then to Constantinople. The crusade became entangled in financial pressures, Venetian ambitions, and Byzantine dynastic politics. By 1204, its spiritual purpose had been abandoned in favor of political and material gain. This raises the question, was the Fourth Crusade truly a crusade, or merely a political conquest disguised in religious rhetoric? While it began as a papal initiative grounded in spiritual motivation, its course was dominated by pragmatic concerns: debts to Venice, promises of gold from Prince Alexios, and the lure of Constantinople's immense wealth. For many participants, survival and enrichment became more pressing than the liberation of Jerusalem. In this sense, the Fourth Crusade transformed from a religious expedition into a Western conquest of Byzantium. The long-term consequences were profound. For Europe, the Crusade deepened divisions among Christian states and tarnished the moral authority of the crusading movement. The papacy's vision of a united Christendom under its guidance was undermined by the spectacle of Christians plundering their own. For Byzantium, the sack of Constantinople was catastrophic, leaving the empire fragmented, impoverished, and permanently weakened, a shadow of its former glory. This vulnerability eventually paved the way for the Ottoman conquest in 1453. For the Holy Land, the crusade brought no relief. Jerusalem remained under Muslim control, and the failure discouraged future large-scale attempts to reclaim. After 4 brutal crusades had failed to secure lasting control of Jerusalem, a new plan emerged: strike at the very heart of Muslim power, Egypt. What followed was a tale of ambition, faith, and disaster. The Fifth Crusade promised glory, but instead ended in surrender, humiliation, and a lesson in how arrogance can drown even the mightiest armies. Subscribe to my channel for more untold stories of history. Today we begin the tale of the Fifth Crusade, a bold march on Egypt that ended in failure. The Crusades, a series of religious wars between the Latin Christian West and the Muslim powers of the East, had already left a deep mark on both Europe and the Middle East by the early 13th century. The First Crusade, 1096 to 1099, had shocked the world by capturing Jerusalem in 1099, establishing fragile Crusader states along the Levantine coast. The Second Crusade, 1147 to 1149, launched in response to the fall of Edessa, ended in disaster, with European armies failing to make any meaningful gains. The Third Crusade, 1189 to 1192, led by great monarchs such as Richard the Lionheart, Philip II of France, and Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, achieved some victories, including the recovery of coastal strongholds like Acre, but failed to retake Jerusalem from the formidable Muslim leader Saladin. The Fourth Crusade, 1202 to 1204, had veered wildly off course. Instead of reaching the Holy Land, the Crusaders infamously sacked Constantinople, the Christian capital of Byzantium, deepening the schism between the Latin West and the Orthodox East. By the early 1200s, the political, religious, and social climate of Europe was once again ripe for a new call to arms. Europe was experiencing population growth, economic expansion, and a surge of religious fervor. Preachers continued to emphasize the spiritual rewards of taking the cross, promising forgiveness of sins and eternal salvation to those who fought in Christ's name. Monarchs, nobles, and commoners alike saw participation as both a pious duty and an opportunity for wealth, prestige, and adventure. The failures and diversions of earlier crusades, however, had also bred frustration and the urgent sense that a decisive blow was needed to restore Christian prestige in the East. At the heart of this renewed crusading spirit was the papacy, determined to reassert leadership over Christendom. Pope Innocent III, who had overseen the troubled Fourth Crusade, strongly believed that the key to restoring Christian dominance in the Holy Land lay not in a direct assault on Jerusalem, but in striking at the source of Muslim power. That source, in his view, was Egypt, the economic and political center of the Ayyubid dynasty. Egypt's wealth, fertile Nile Valley, and strategic location made it the beating heart of the Muslim world. If Egypt could be conquered, it was believed that Jerusalem and the rest of the Holy Land would inevitably fall back into Christian hands. Thus, the stage was set for the Fifth Crusade, 1217 to 1221, a bold papal project to target Egypt, mobilize the armies of Europe once more, and achieve what earlier crusades had failed to secure: lasting Christian control over the Holy Land. Background and planning. The Fifth Crusade was born from the vision of Pope Innocent III, one of the most ambitious and influential popes of the Middle Ages. Innocent had long been determined to reclaim the Holy Land and to correct the failures and scandals of previous expeditions. Deeply troubled by the outcome of the Fourth Crusade, which had ended with the sack of Constantinople in 1204, instead of the liberation of Jerusalem, Innocent sought to bring the crusading movement back under firm papal control. To him, the crusade was not just a war, it was a spiritual act of penance and a unifying mission for Christendom. He wanted to channel the growing energy of medieval Europe into a single, divinely sanctioned cause. Innocent III's strategy marked a significant departure from earlier crusades. Rather than launching another direct march toward Jerusalem, he identified Egypt as the true key to victory. Egypt, under the rule of the Ayyubid dynasty founded by Saladin, was the wealthiest and most powerful Muslim state in the region. Its fertile Nile Valley and thriving trade routes made it the financial backbone of Muslim resistance in the Levant. If Egypt could be subdued, Innocent reasoned, the rest of the Holy Land, including Jerusalem, would be vulnerable to Christian conquest. This was a calculated attempt to strike at the heart of Muslim power rather than at its frontier. In 1216, however, Pope Innocent III died before his grand project could be fully launched. His successor, Pope Honorius III, inherited the responsibility of carrying the crusade forward. Unlike Innocent, who had been a commanding and reform-minded figure, Honorius was a gentler, more conciliatory leader. Nevertheless, he was deeply committed to the crusading ideal and worked tirelessly to sustain momentum. Honorius reissued the call to arms, urged kings and nobles to take the cross, and reinforced the papacy's role as the guiding authority of the expedition. The call to arms spread across Europe with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Preachers and papal legates toured the continent, reminding the faithful of the spiritual rewards awaiting those who took up the cross. Recruitment campaigns reached Hungary, Austria, Germany, and other regions, where nobles and knights responded to the papal summons. Andrew II, the King of Hungary, was among the first major rulers to commit, bringing with him a sizable force. Leopold VI, Duke of Austria, and numerous German princes and knights also pledged their support. However, the kings of France and England, preoccupied with conflicts at home, declined to participate directly. This lack of unified leadership from Europe's strongest monarchies would later prove a major weakness. The papacy also relied heavily on the support of the great military orders, the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller. These orders, composed of professional warrior monks, provided not only disciplined soldiers, but also logistical expertise, financial resources, and fortified bases in the East. Their experience in defending Crusader states and leading armies was invaluable, and their loyalty to papal authority made them a stabilizing force amid the rivalries of secular nobles. Thus, by the time the Crusaders began gathering in 1217, the Fifth Crusade had taken shape as a truly international effort, a papally directed campaign supported by religious orders and backed by armies from Central and Eastern Europe. Yet from the very beginning, the absence of Europe's strongest monarchs and the reliance on a patchwork coalition of leaders would foreshadow the challenges that lay ahead. Journey to the Holy Land. By the early 1210s, after Pope Innocent III and later Pope Honorius III had stirred enthusiasm across Europe, crusading armies began to mobilize for the long and perilous journey east. As with earlier crusades, recruitment spread unevenly across the continent, and the absence of kings from France and England meant that leadership fell largely to Central European rulers, local nobles, and the papal legate appointed to oversee the campaign. The departure of these diverse armies set the stage for one of the most ambitious, yet ultimately flawed, expeditions of the Middle Ages. The first contingents to set out came from Hungary under King Andrew II. In 1217, Andrew assembled one of the largest forces to join the Fifth Crusade, including thousands of knights and infantry drawn from across his kingdom and allied regions. He was joined by Leopold VI, Duke of Austria, whose troops strengthened the Central European presence. Other German princes and nobles followed, though their forces were smaller and less organized compared to the massive armies of the First and Third Crusades. John of Brienne, the King of Jerusalem by marriage, awaited their arrival in the east, offering both legitimacy and local knowledge of the Crusader states. The question of how best to reach the Holy Land divided participants. Some armies chose the traditional overland route through the Balkans and Byzantine territory, a path fraught with logistical challenges, long marches, and strained relations with the Byzantines, who remained suspicious after the Fourth Crusade's sack of Constantinople. Others preferred the sea route, sailing across the Mediterranean in fleets hired or provided by Italian maritime powers, such as Venice and Genoa. Naval transport, though expensive, was far quicker and allowed armies to arrive in fighting condition rather than exhausted after months of marching. For the Fifth Crusade, the sea route became the dominant choice, especially for armies coming from Central and Western Europe. Even before the Crusaders reached the Levant, the question of strategic objectives loomed large. While the First Crusade had focused on directly marching toward Jerusalem, Pope Innocent III and his successor Honorius III had already redefined the central aim. Egypt was to be the target. The idea was not universally popular. Many knights and nobles saw Jerusalem as the true prize and struggled to grasp the logic of attacking the Nile Delta rather than the Holy City itself. Yet the papal legate, Cardinal Pelagius of Albano, insisted that only by striking Egypt could the Crusaders cut off the financial and military resources of the Ayyubids. With papal backing, his vision would dominate the campaign's planning. Leadership, however, was divided. King Andrew II, though initially enthusiastic, soon grew weary of the hardships of campaigning. After participating in a series of raids and minor skirmishes in the Holy Land, he returned home in early 1218, leaving behind a weakened but still determined Crusader force. Leopold VI of Austria remained longer, coordinating with John of Brienne, who represented the interests of the Crusader states, while Cardinal Pelagius exerted spiritual authority and insisted on adherence to the papal plan. This uneasy balance of power between secular kings, noble leaders, and the papal legate would shape every major decision in the years to come. Thus, the journey to the Holy Land was not just a physical passage across land and sea. It was also the beginning of a strategic and leadership struggle that would define the Fifth Crusade. The diverse contingents converging on the Eastern Mediterranean carried with them hopes of restoring Christian dominance, but they also brought rival priorities and divided loyalties. These tensions would soon emerge more clearly as the Crusaders set their sights on Egypt. Campaign in Egypt. In 1218, the Crusaders shifted their focus decisively toward Egypt, arriving near the Nile Delta and preparing to strike at Damietta, a thriving port city and a critical gateway to the Egyptian heartland. Damietta's location on the eastern branch of the Nile made it a prize of immense strategic value. Controlling the city would give the Crusaders access to the river system, a base of operations in Egypt, and a bargaining chip to pressure the Ayyubid rulers. For the papacy, and especially for Cardinal Pelagius, Damietta was the key that could unlock ultimate Christian control over Jerusalem. The siege began in May 1218, and almost immediately the Crusaders faced enormous challenges. Damietta was heavily fortified, its defenses centered on a massive chain stretched across the Nile that connected to a heavily armed tower. This structure prevented ships from sailing upriver, effectively blocking Crusader access and protecting the city from naval assault. Taking the tower became the Crusaders' first major objective. With ingenuity and determination, they constructed floating siege towers and deployed catapults and other engines of war to bombard the defenses. After months of bitter fighting, the Crusaders managed to capture the tower in August 1218, opening a path for naval operations on the river and tightening their grip on the city. The geography of the Nile Delta, however, proved to be both an asset and a curse. The Nile's annual floods transformed the battlefield into a quagmire, making movement difficult for heavily armored knights and complicating siege operations. At times, floodwaters isolated Crusader camps or cut off supply routes, creating hardships that weakened morale. The defenders, familiar with the terrain, exploited these conditions to harass Crusader positions and delay their progress. Despite these obstacles, the Crusaders pressed on, tightening the siege throughout 1219. Reinforcements from Europe continued to arrive, including contingents of Templars, Hospitallers, and Italian fleets. Yet internal tensions simmered between John of Brienne, who favored negotiation and practical compromise, and Cardinal Pelagius, who demanded an uncompromising pursuit of victory. These divisions slowed decision-making and sometimes undermined coordination. One of the most remarkable episodes of the siege came not from the battlefield, but from an unexpected mission of peace. In 1219, Saint Francis of Assisi, the humble Italian friar, crossed the lines to meet Sultan al-Kamil, the nephew of Saladin and ruler of Egypt. Francis sought to peacefully convert the Sultan, or at least promote dialogue between Christians and Muslims. Though his mission did not achieve conversion or peace, it left a lasting impression on both sides. The Sultan reportedly admired Francis's courage and sincerity, while Francis himself returned inspired, shaping his later commitment to humility and dialogue. This unusual encounter stands as a striking counterpoint to the violence of the Crusade. By late 1219, after more than a year of brutal fighting, starvation, and disease within the city, Damietta finally fell to the Crusaders. Its capture was hailed across Europe as a monumental victory, the first true success of the Fifth Crusade. Yet the hard-won triumph also set the stage for deeper divisions and overconfidence, which would ultimately shape the tragic course of the campaign in the years ahead. Turning points. The capture of Damietta in November 1219 marked the high point of the Fifth Crusade. After nearly a year and a half of relentless siege, the Crusaders stormed the city, forcing its exhausted defenders to surrender. The victory sent shockwaves through Christendom. Damietta was one of Egypt's most important ports, a hub of trade and wealth, and a stronghold that many had believed impregnable. Its fall seemed to confirm the papal vision that Egypt, not Jerusalem, was the key to triumph. Songs of celebration spread across Europe, and for the first time in decades, it appeared as though the crusading movement had regained its momentum. Yet this success also exposed the fault lines within the Crusader leadership. At the heart of the disputes stood John of Brienne, the King of Jerusalem, and Cardinal Pelagius, the papal legate. John, as a monarch with direct interests in the Holy Land, favored a pragmatic approach: consolidate control of Damietta, secure supply lines, and negotiate if favorable terms could be reached. Pelagius, however, saw the victory as divine proof of God's favor and insisted on uncompromising conquest. To him, negotiation with Muslims was a betrayal of the crusading cause. These two leaders frequently clashed over both strategy and authority, dividing the Crusader host into rival camps of secular and ecclesiastical supporters. Amid these divisions came unexpected offers of peace from Sultan al-Kamil. Recognizing the seriousness of Damietta's fall, the Sultan attempted to negotiate with the Crusaders. At one point, he offered to return Jerusalem and much of the Holy Land to Christian control if the Crusaders would abandon Egypt and end their campaign. For John of Brienne, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Jerusalem, the sacred goal of every crusade, could be restored without further bloodshed. Many of the knights supported the proposal, weary of the hardships of war. But Cardinal Pelagius rejected the offer outright. Believing that God had granted them Damietta, he was convinced that total conquest of Egypt was within reach. Why settle for Jerusalem, vulnerable and difficult to defend, when all of Egypt's wealth and power might be seized? To Pelagius, compromise was weakness. To John, rejection was folly. The dispute highlighted the fatal tension between papal idealism and secular pragmatism. March to Cairo and disaster. With Damietta firmly in Crusader hands by late 1219, the question of what to do next loomed large. For nearly 2 years, arguments raged between John of Brienne, who urged caution and negotiation, and Cardinal Pelagius, who demanded an advance deeper into Egypt. By 1221, Pelagius prevailed, convinced that Cairo, the capital of Egypt and seat of Ayyubid power, could be taken. He believed that victory at Cairo would not only secure Egypt, but also guarantee permanent Christian control of Jerusalem and the Holy Land. The decision was bold, but fatally reckless. The Crusader army, swollen with reinforcements from Europe, began its march south along the Nile toward Cairo in July 1221. At first, progress was steady. The fertile landscape promised supplies, and morale ran high as the army pushed deeper into enemy territory. But the Crusaders had underestimated both the environment and their opponents. The Nile's annual flooding season was approaching, and Sultan al-Kamil, far from defeated, had carefully planned to use the river to his advantage. As the Crusaders advanced, Egyptian engineers manipulated the Nile by opening dams and canals, flooding the plain around the Crusader encampments near the town of Al-Mansura. Within days, the invaders found themselves trapped in a watery landscape, their heavy cavalry bogged down and supply lines cut. What had once seemed a triumphant march toward Cairo turned into a nightmare of mud, isolation, and chaos. The Egyptians seized the opportunity to launch counterattacks. Using small boats, light cavalry, and knowledge of the terrain, they harassed Crusader positions relentlessly. Unable to maneuver effectively, the Crusaders suffered mounting losses. Their siege engines and baggage trains, so effective at Damietta, became liabilities in the flooded fields. Disease began to spread in the damp, unsanitary camps, while hunger gnawed at the ranks as food supplies dwindled. The heat of the Egyptian summer, combined with the exhaustion of constant skirmishes, further broke the army's strength. Morale collapsed as the Crusaders realized they were trapped. Some factions blamed Cardinal Pelagius for his stubborn refusal to heed warnings about the flooding season. Others turned their anger toward John of Brienne, accusing him of failing to force a different course of action. Divisions widened, just as survival required unity. The once confident army that had taken Damietta now faced ruin. By late August 1221, the Crusaders had no choice but to surrender at Al-Mansura. Sultan al-Kamil, in a calculated show of magnanimity, spared the defeated army on the condition that Damietta be returned to Egyptian control. Humiliated, the Crusaders agreed. The city they had fought so hard to capture in 1219 was lost in 1221 without a single battle to defend it. The march on Cairo ended not in triumph, but in catastrophe. The Nile, Egypt's lifeblood, had become the Crusaders' greatest enemy, and their own hubris had sealed their fate. The surrender at Al-Mansura marked the collapse of the Fifth Crusade, transforming what had begun as a promising enterprise into one of the most devastating failures in crusading history: failure and withdrawal. The surrender at Al-Mansura in August 1221 brought the Fifth Crusade to a humiliating conclusion. After weeks of hardship in the flooded Nile Delta, with morale broken and supplies exhausted, the Crusaders could no longer sustain their position. Sultan al-Kamil, recognizing the advantage, offered terms of surrender that would spare the Crusader host from destruction. The resulting Treaty of 1221 effectively ended the campaign and underscored the futility of the years of bloodshed. The treaty's terms were straightforward, yet devastating for the Crusaders. Damietta, the hard-won prize captured in 1219 after more than a year of brutal siege, had to be returned to Egyptian control. The Crusaders were permitted to withdraw peacefully, taking their weapons, but leaving behind their ambitions in Egypt. Prisoners on both sides were exchanged, and al-Kamil allowed the battered European armies to retreat without further harassment. While the treaty saved the Crusader, the city that had been celebrated across Christendom as a great victory was lost without resistance, and the dream of conquering Egypt or restoring Jerusalem evaporated. News of the surrender spread quickly across both Europe and the Muslim world. In Christendom, the reaction was one of bitter disappointment and confusion. Many could not understand how such a promising campaign, blessed by the Pope, supported by armies from across Europe, and crowned with the capture of Damietta, had ended in failure. Chronicles from the period often placed the blame on Cardinal Pelagius, whose stubbornness and refusal to accept Sultan al-Kamil's earlier peace offers doomed the expedition. John of Brienne, though respected for his pragmatism, was criticized for lacking the authority to overrule the papal legate. The lack of unified leadership, the refusal to negotiate, and the arrogance born from Damietta's capture were cited as key reasons for the collapse. In the Muslim world, the outcome was hailed as a vindication of faith and resilience. Al-Kamil emerged as a skilled and pragmatic leader, using Egypt's geography and resources to his advantage. His strategy of leveraging the Nile floods had proven decisive, and his willingness to negotiate allowed him to secure a favorable outcome without overextending his forces. The return of Damietta restored Egyptian strength, while the Crusaders' defeat reinforced Muslim confidence in their ability to withstand Western invasions. The papacy, meanwhile, was left to grapple with the political and spiritual consequences of the failure. Pope Honorius III, who who had tirelessly supported the crusade after Innocent III's death, was deeply disappointed. The campaign that had been envisioned as the ultimate solution to the Crusader problem had collapsed, leaving Europe disillusioned and less eager to respond to future calls. For many, the Fifth Crusade demonstrated that papal leadership alone was insufficient without the active participation of Europe's great monarchs. It also revealed the dangers of ignoring local knowledge and the complexities of the region in favor of rigid religious zeal. In the end, the Fifth Crusade left no gains for Christendom, only lessons of pride, poor leadership, and missed opportunities. What had begun with hope and unity ended in loss and humiliation, setting the stage for future crusades that would face even greater challenges in a changing medieval world. Consequences and aftermath. The failure of the Fifth Crusade had profound consequences for both the balance of power in the Holy Land and the future of the crusading movement. Militarily, the loss of Damietta and the failed march on Cairo left the Crusader states in the Levant vulnerable and dispirited. Despite the temporary influx of European forces, the Holy Land remained largely unchanged in terms of territory. The Ayyubid dynasty retained control of Jerusalem, while the coastal Crusader enclaves, Acre, Jaffa, and a few fortified strongholds continued to exist in a fragile, defensive posture. The dream of reversing Saladin's conquests after the Third Crusade was no closer to realization. The outcome of the Fifth Crusade also heavily influenced later crusading efforts, particularly Frederick II's Sixth Crusade, 1228 to 1229. Learning from the mistakes of Pelagius and his allies, Frederick avoided the costly strategy of attacking Egypt head-on. Instead, he pursued diplomacy with Sultan al-Kamil, the same ruler who had offered Jerusalem to the Crusaders a decade earlier. Ironically, Frederick succeeded through negotiation where the Fifth Crusade had failed through war, regaining Jerusalem and parts of the Holy Land without a single major battle. The contrast highlighted the missed opportunity of 1219, when al-Kamil's peace offers had been rejected. Relations between East and West were also affected. The sack of Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade had already poisoned relations between Latin and Greek Christians, and the Fifth Crusade did little to repair the breach. The Byzantines, still wary of Western intervention, offered limited assistance and remained suspicious of papal motives. Among Muslims, the crusade further reinforced the view of Europeans as aggressive, but ultimately divided invaders, vulnerable to both geography and their own internal rivalries. Al-Kamil's ability to defeat the Crusaders with diplomacy and environmental strategy enhanced the prestige of Muslim leadership in the region. In medieval memory, the Fifth Crusade was remembered less as a glorious enterprise and more as a cautionary tale. Chroniclers frequently criticized the arrogance of leaders like Pelagius, the refusal to accept reasonable peace, and the hubris that followed the capture of Damietta. The failure served as a reminder that divine favor could not be presumed, and that disunity among Christian forces was a recipe for disaster. While the Crusades would continue, the Fifth Crusade left behind a legacy of disappointment, missed opportunity, and the enduring lesson that zeal without wisdom could lead to ruin. Historical analysis. The Fifth Crusade stands as one of the clearest examples of how disunity, poor judgment, and misplaced priorities could doom even the most promising crusading efforts. Despite the initial success at Damietta, the crusade collapsed because its leaders failed to combine spiritual zeal with practical strategy. At the heart of the failure lay leadership struggles. The tension between John of Brienne, who favored negotiation and caution, and Cardinal Pelagius, who embodied papal absolutism and uncompromising zeal, crippled decision-making. The refusal of Europe's most powerful monarchs, such as the kings of France and England, to participate left the campaign reliant on second-tier rulers whose authority could not unify the diverse contingents. The military orders, though disciplined, could not bridge the rift between secular and ecclesiastical leaders. Without a clear chain of command, the crusade was pulled in conflicting directions. The Crusaders also underestimated the unique geography and defenses of Egypt. The decision to advance toward Cairo during the Nile's flood season revealed a striking lack of local knowledge. While the Crusaders had mastered sieges in the Levant, they were unprepared for Egypt's water-based defenses and the ingenious use of the Nile by Sultan al-Kamil's forces. The flooding trapped their heavy cavalry, cut off supplies, and turned their triumph into a desperate retreat. The landscape itself became an ally of the defenders and a nightmare for the invaders. Equally critical was the refusal to accept reasonable peace offers. Al-Kamil's willingness to return Jerusalem and parts of the Holy Land in exchange for Egypt's security was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet Pelagius, convinced of imminent total victory, rejected these overtures. This decision not only squandered the chance to restore Christianity's holiest city, but also revealed how religious zeal, when unchecked by pragmatism, could blind leaders to opportunity. For later crusading efforts, the Fifth Crusade offered sobering lessons. Success would require unity of command, careful attention to geography and logistics, and a willingness to balance military ambition with diplomacy. These lessons were taken to heart by Frederick II during the Sixth Crusade, when negotiation with Al-Kamil restored Jerusalem without bloodshed. Ironically, what the Fifth Crusade failed to achieve through force was secured a few years later through diplomacy. In the end, the Fifth Crusade's failure was not inevitable. It was the product of arrogance, division, and short-sightedness. Its legacy underscored the necessity of wisdom alongside faith in the pursuit of crusading goals. Conclusion. The story of the Fifth Crusade is one of ambition, miscalculation, and missed opportunity. Launched with the grand vision of Pope Innocent III and carried forward by his successor, Pope Honorius III, it embodied the determination of the medieval papacy to reclaim the Holy Land and reassert spiritual leadership over Christendom. The early success at Damietta seemed to promise a turning point in the crusading movement, proving that Egypt could be breached and that victory was within reach. Yet what began as a triumph quickly unraveled into disaster, as poor strategy, divided leadership, and overconfidence doomed the enterprise. The Crusade's greatest failure lay not only in the loss of Damietta, but in the squandered chance to regain Jerusalem peacefully. Sultan al-Kamil's offers of negotiation, which could have restored the Holy City without further bloodshed, were rejected out of arrogance and blind zeal. The decision to march on Cairo during the Nile's flood season revealed a striking ignorance of Egypt's geography and ultimately sealed the Crusaders' fate. What might have been a decisive victory turned instead into a humiliating retreat. In the broader history of the Crusades, the Fifth Crusade occupies a sobering place. Unlike the First Crusade, which achieved stunning success, or the Third, which produced legendary figures like Richard the Lionheart and Saladin, the Fifth stands as a reminder of how zeal without prudence could waste both lives and opportunities. It also foreshadowed the increasing reliance on diplomacy, as Frederick II's Sixth Crusade soon demonstrated that negotiation could succeed where force had failed. Ultimately, the Fifth Crusade's legacy is that of a cautionary tale, a vivid example of how ambition untempered by wisdom can turn triumph into disaster, leaving behind lessons that echoed through the rest of the crusading era. The Sixth Crusade was unlike any before it. No massive battles, no bloody sieges, yet Jerusalem was returned to Christian hands. led by the excommunicated Emperor Frederick II. It was a war fought with words instead of swords. How did one man, hated by the Pope but respected by the Sultan, achieve what armies had failed to do? Welcome back, history lovers. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel for more untold stories of the Crusades. Now, let's uncover the Sixth Crusade, a war won not by swords, but by diplomacy. The story of the Crusades is a saga of faith, ambition, and conflict that shaped the medieval world for centuries. From the fiery zeal of the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099, which stunned Christendom by capturing Jerusalem, to the repeated failures and tragedies of later expeditions, each crusade left its mark on both East and West. The Second Crusade, 1147 to 1149, ended in disarray. The Third, 1189 to 1192, produced legendary figures like Richard the Lionheart, but failed to reclaim Jerusalem, while the Fourth, 1202 to 1204, infamously turned its swords not against Muslims, but against fellow Christians in Constantinople. The Fifth Crusade, 1217 to 1221, aimed at conquering Egypt, ended in disaster due to poor leadership and overconfidence. By the early 13th century, disillusionment spread across Europe, yet the dream of reclaiming Jerusalem never died. The world at this time was in flux. The Muslim world, though divided among Ayyubid rulers, held control of the Holy Land. Europe, meanwhile, was undergoing political and religious transformation. The papacy sought to reassert authority. Monarchs were consolidating their kingdoms, and the memory of earlier crusading failures haunted Christendom. The crusading ideal was still powerful, but enthusiasm had waned, replaced by political calculation and cautious pragmatism. It is within this climate that the Sixth Crusade, 1228 to 1229, emerged, remarkable not for its battles, but for its diplomacy. Unlike his predecessors, Emperor Frederick II of the Holy Roman Empire waged no grand military campaign. Instead, through negotiation with Sultan Al-Kamil of Egypt, Frederick achieved what countless armies had failed to do: the peaceful restoration of Jerusalem to Christian control, albeit briefly. This crusade was not a clash of steel, but a clash of wills, making it a unique chapter in crusading history. Background and causes. The Sixth Crusade, 1228 to 1229, did not emerge in a vacuum. It was shaped by a web of political rivalries, religious ambitions, and shifting balances of power between Europe and the Muslim world. At the heart of its origins lay the struggle between Pope Gregory IX and Emperor Frederick II of the Holy Roman Empire, two figures whose competing visions of authority would define the Crusades' character. In Europe, the papacy sought to remain the driving force of Christendom, using crusading not only as a spiritual mission, but also as a tool of political control. The Holy Roman Emperor, however, was determined to assert his independence. Frederick II, often called the wonder of the world for his intellect and wide-ranging interests, had repeatedly promised to lead a crusade, but delayed for years. The papacy grew increasingly frustrated, viewing his hesitation as defiance. When Frederick finally set out in 1227, illness forced him to turn back, an act Pope Gregory IX interpreted as an excuse. The Pope promptly excommunicated Frederick, a shocking move that meant the Sixth Crusade began under the leadership of a man officially cast out of the Church. Meanwhile, the Muslim world was still recovering from the upheavals of the Fifth Crusade, 1217 to 1221. The Ayyubid dynasty, heirs of Saladin, ruled Egypt, Syria, and the Holy Land, but their authority was far from unified. Sultan al-Kamil of Egypt, nephew of Saladin, faced internal threats from rival Muslim princes. Though he had successfully defended Egypt against the Fifth Crusade, he was wary of renewed conflict and open to negotiation, especially if it would buy him stability. The importance of Jerusalem remained central. For Christians, it was the sacred city of Christ's passion and resurrection, the ultimate symbol of God's kingdom on earth. For Muslims, it was home to the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, holy sites tied to the Prophet Muhammad's night journey. Control of the city was more than strategic, it was deeply spiritual and political, fueling both Christian and Muslim claims to legitimacy. Finally, the tensions between papacy and imperial power ensured the Sixth Crusade would be unlike any before. Frederick's determination to secure Jerusalem without papal guidance transformed the campaign into a stage for his rivalry with Rome. Thus, the Crusades' causes lay not only in the clash of faiths, but also in the clash of Christendom's own leaders. Frederick II, the Crusader Emperor. Few figures in medieval Europe were as enigmatic and controversial as Frederick II, 1194 to 1250, Holy Roman Emperor and King of Sicily. Known as Stupor Mundi, wonder of the world, Frederick fascinated and unsettled contemporaries with his brilliance, ambition, and unconventional approach to rule. He was fluent in several languages, a patron of science and philosophy, and a man whose worldview was far more cosmopolitan than most of his age. Yet paradoxically, he also stood at the center of one of the most unusual crusades in history. Frederick's early life shaped his outlook. Born in Italy, raised in multicultural Sicily, and surrounded by Greek, Arab, and Norman influences, he absorbed a spirit of intellectual curiosity rare in medieval monarchs. He studied mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and philosophy, often engaging with Muslim scholars. Unlike other crusading kings, Frederick was not driven purely by piety or zeal, but by a mixture of political ambition and rational calculation. His involvement in the crusading movement stemmed from repeated promises to the papacy. As early as 1215, at the Fourth Lateran Council, he vowed to lead a new expedition to the Holy Land. Yet, he repeatedly delayed, citing political instability in his empire. These delays infuriated successive popes, who viewed the crusading vow as a sacred duty rather than a political bargaining chip. When Frederick finally prepared to sail in 1227, illness forced him to return to port. Pope Gregory IX saw this as yet another excuse and responded with the extraordinary step of excommunicating the emperor. This meant that when Frederick finally launched the Sixth Crusade in 1228, he did so under the shadow of papal condemnation, an excommunicated emperor leading Christendom's holiest cause. This act highlights Frederick's unique position. Unlike earlier crusaders who sought papal blessing, Frederick seemed determined to prove he did not need Rome's approval to achieve success. His campaign became as much about asserting imperial independence as it was about reclaiming Jerusalem. Equally striking was Frederick's intellectual and cultural outlook. Unlike many crusading leaders, he preferred dialogue to war. He admired Islamic culture, corresponded with Muslim scholars, and even maintained a personal interest in falconry and natural science, subjects in which Muslim intellectuals excelled. This open-mindedness, while praised by some, led others in Christendom to question his loyalty. His decision to negotiate with Sultan al-Kamil, rather than fight, scandalized crusading traditionalists, but ultimately brought success: the peaceful recovery of Jerusalem. Frederick's role in the Sixth Crusade thus reflected his complex personality, a ruler both admired and despised, blending reason with ambition, diplomacy with defiance. His crusade was not marked by heroic battles, but by words, agreements, and the assertion of his will against both Muslim rulers and the papacy. In him, the medieval idea of the Crusader was transformed, no longer just a knight of the cross, but a monarch who wielded intellect and diplomacy as his sharpest weapons. Preparations for the Crusade. When Frederick II finally turned his attention to the Holy Land in the late 1220s, his preparations revealed just how different his approach was compared to earlier crusading leaders. Where the First Crusade relied on mass enthusiasm and the Fifth Crusade banked on overwhelming force, Frederick pursued a measured, diplomatic, and strategic plan. He understood that the Holy Roman Empire was stretched across Europe, and he had no desire to drain its resources in a lengthy war in the East. Instead, he aimed to use a relatively small but professional force, combined with negotiation, to achieve what vast armies had failed to secure. Frederick's army and fleet were impressive in quality rather than sheer size. He assembled a force of knights, infantry, and ships mainly from his Sicilian and Italian territories, ensuring loyalty and discipline. His resources were considerable. He was, after all, ruler of Sicily, Germany, and large parts of Italy. But he never intended to launch a massive invasion like the one that had targeted Egypt during the Fifth Crusade. Instead, his fleet was designed to transport a controlled expedition, strong enough to defend itself, but not intended for conquest on a grand scale. The greatest obstacle to his preparations came from the papacy. Pope Gregory IX, frustrated by Frederick's repeated delays, openly doubted the emperor's sincerity. When Frederick fell ill in 1227 and postponed departure, the Pope responded by excommunicating him. This act placed the emperor in a bizarre position, preparing to lead a holy war while being officially cut off from the church. Many nobles hesitated to join him, fearing spiritual penalties. Others saw the crusade as a chance to assert imperial independence from papal interference, and they rallied to Frederick's banner despite the risk. Delays also plagued the expedition. Frederick's rule over the Holy Roman Empire was constantly under pressure from rebellious German princes and Italian city-states hostile to his authority. Each time he prepared to sail, urgent political matters at home forced him to hesitate. By the time he finally embarked in 1228, years had passed since his initial vow, and the atmosphere in Christendom was one of skepticism. Thus, Frederick's preparations were marked by calculated strategy, limited but capable resources, papal hostility, and persistent delays. Unlike the massive and chaotic undertakings of earlier crusades, the Sixth Crusade began as a carefully managed, almost reluctant enterprise, one that foreshadowed the diplomatic rather than military character of the campaign. The expedition and journey to the east. At last, in the summer of 1228, after years of delay and mounting pressure, Frederick II set sail for the Holy Land. His fleet departed from Brindisi, the key port of his Sicilian kingdom, carrying a carefully chosen force of knights, infantry, and supplies. Unlike the vast armies of earlier crusades, Frederick's force was relatively small, but disciplined, reflecting his plan to rely as much on diplomacy as on military might. Still, his departure was shadowed by a cloud of controversy. He was an excommunicated emperor embarking on a crusade without papal blessing, a contradiction that shocked Christendom. The specter of illness once again haunted Frederick's campaign. In 1227, his sudden sickness had forced him to return to port, giving Pope Gregory IX the pretext to declare him unfit and faithless. Now, in 1228, Frederick was still physically weakened, but determined to prove his commitment. His health troubles slowed the voyage, yet they also hardened his resolve. For Frederick, the crusade was not just about Jerusalem. It was about restoring his honor and defying papal condemnation. When the emperor finally reached the port city of Acre in September 1228, he found himself in a precarious position. Acre had long been the stronghold of the Crusader states after Jerusalem's fall to Saladin decades earlier, but it was a city full of tension and intrigue. The local lords of Outremer, along with the military orders, such as the Templars and Hospitallers, were wary of Frederick. Some distrusted him because of his excommunication, fearing they might share in his spiritual punishment. Others resented his arrogance and saw him as an outsider, imposing imperial authority on their fragile kingdom. The initial reactions to Frederick's arrival were therefore mixed. Some knights and nobles welcomed the emperor as the long-promised savior who might restore Jerusalem to Christian hands. Others refused to cooperate, openly questioning his legitimacy. The papal legate in Acre even worked against him, urging the Crusaders not to obey an excommunicated leader. Frederick found himself not only preparing to confront Muslim rulers, but also entangled in political struggles with his supposed allies. Thus, the emperor's journey east revealed the contradictions of the Sixth Crusade. A leader determined yet mistrusted. A crusade launched with divine aims, yet led by a man condemned by the Pope. The stage was set for a campaign unlike any other, one defined not by battles, but by fragile alliances and bold diplomacy. Diplomatic campaign, negotiations with Al-Kamil. The most remarkable aspect of the Sixth Crusade, 1228 to 1229, was that it achieved its main objective, recovering Jerusalem, without a single major battle. This outcome was possible largely due to the personalities and circumstances of two leaders, Emperor Frederick II and Sultan Al-Kamil of Egypt. Al-Kamil, 1218 to 1238, was the nephew of Saladin and ruler of Egypt, the heart of the Ayyubid dynasty. Unlike his legendary uncle, Al-Kamil was more pragmatic than zealous. He had already faced the might of the Fifth Crusade, during which he successfully defended Egypt from a European invasion by skillful negotiation and military resilience. By the time Frederick set out, Al-Kamil's position was complicated. The Ayyubid dynasty was not united under a single ruler. Instead, it was fractured among Saladin's heirs, each ruling different territories in Egypt, Syria, and Mesopotamia. Al-Kamil struggled to maintain, particularly his ambitious brother Al-Muazzam of Damascus. These family divisions left him vulnerable and inclined toward diplomacy with Frederick, as a peace treaty could free his hand against internal threats. Frederick recognized this division and chose diplomacy over war. He knew his forces were too small to launch a decisive campaign. Moreover, as an excommunicated emperor, he could not rely on full cooperation from the Crusader lords or military orders. Instead of attacking, Frederick opened direct negotiations with Al-Kamil. His knowledge of Arabic culture, his curiosity about Islamic learning, and his reputation as a rational thinker allowed him to speak to the Sultan in ways few Crusader kings had attempted before. What began as cautious exchanges soon developed into a serious dialogue about the fate of Jerusalem. These discussions culminated in the Treaty of Jaffa, February 1229, a landmark in crusading history. Its terms were unprecedented. Al-Kamil agreed to hand over Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Nazareth to the Christians, along with a corridor connecting the coastal Crusader states to the Holy City. In return, the Muslims retained control of the Temple Mount, including the Al-Aqsa Mosque and Dome of the Rock, as well as continued authority over other strategic fortresses. Crucially, the treaty established a 10-year truce, allowing both sides to consolidate their positions without fear of renewed war. For Frederick, the treaty was a diplomatic triumph. Without bloodshed, He had achieved what great armies had failed to accomplish. For Al-Kamil, it was a calculated compromise. He surrendered Jerusalem, a city of symbolic importance, but retained the key to real power in the region: control of Egypt and most of Syria. The negotiations between Frederick II and Al-Kamil demonstrated that the crusading movement was evolving. Where earlier crusades had relied on force of arms, the Sixth Crusade revealed the growing role of diplomacy, pragmatism, and political calculation in the struggle for the Holy Land. The recovery of Jerusalem. The most extraordinary outcome of the Sixth Crusade was the peaceful return of Jerusalem to Christian hands, an achievement secured without a major battle. After the signing of the Treaty of Jaffa in February 1229, Sultan Al-Kamil formally ceded control of the Holy City, along with Bethlehem and Nazareth, to Emperor Frederick II. For the first time since Saladin's dramatic victory in 1187, Christians could once again claim Jerusalem as their own. The city was handed over quietly, without bloodshed or destruction, a stark contrast to the violent conquests of earlier crusades. Frederick entered Jerusalem in triumph in March 1229. His arrival was both solemn and politically charged. At the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the most sacred Christian site marking the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ, Frederick staged a coronation ceremony. Yet it was not the traditional crowning of a king in the presence of the church, for Frederick was still under excommunication. No priest or bishop officiated. Instead, he placed the crown upon his own head, declaring himself King of Jerusalem by right of his marriage to Isabella II of Jerusalem and by the terms of the treaty. This act symbolized both his independence from papal authority and his determination to assert legitimacy over the Holy Land. Despite the peaceful recovery, religious disputes quickly arose. The treaty allowed Muslims to retain control of the Temple Mount, home to the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which Christians could not occupy or convert. To many Western Crusaders, this compromise seemed unacceptable, even dishonorable. How could Jerusalem be said to be fully restored if the holiest Islamic sites remained untouched? The military orders, the Templars and Hospitallers, expressed open dissatisfaction, questioning Frederick's authority and criticizing. Nonetheless, the treaty created a fragile coexistence between Muslims and Christians within Jerusalem. Pilgrims once again visited the Holy Sepulchre freely. Christian clergy resumed their services in churches throughout the city. At the same time, Muslims continued to worship undisturbed at their sacred sites. For nearly a decade, the city experienced a rare period of shared access, a balance maintained by the pragmatic recognition on both sides that neither could easily expel the other without reigniting destructive conflict. To some contemporaries, this peaceful arrangement was a remarkable victory. To others, it was a hollow triumph, secured by compromise rather than conquest. Yet Frederick's recovery of Jerusalem remains unique in crusading history, a moment when diplomacy achieved what armies and sieges had failed to deliver. For better or worse, the Holy City once again bore the cross on its walls, restored not by reactions and aftermath. The peaceful recovery of Jerusalem in 1229 was unprecedented, yet it was met with controversy rather than celebration. The Pope, much of Europe, and the Muslim world each reacted in ways that revealed the fragile foundations of Frederick's achievement. For Pope Gregory IX, Frederick's triumph was a humiliation rather than a victory. Far from praising him, the Pope condemned the entire expedition because it had been undertaken while Frederick remained excommunicated. To the papacy, it was intolerable that a man outside the church's authority should claim credit for restoring Jerusalem. Gregory dismissed the treaty as illegitimate and even launched attacks on Frederick's lands in Italy, turning the Crusades' aftermath into yet another chapter in the bitter struggle between empire and papacy. In Europe, reactions were deeply divided. Some hailed Frederick as the true savior of Jerusalem, a ruler who had achieved what massive armies and years of bloodshed could not. Chroniclers sympathetic to the emperor described him as a statesman who had used reason rather than force. Others, however, mocked the treaty as a hollow victory. Critics claimed that Jerusalem without the Temple Mount and surrounding fortresses was little more than an empty prize. The military orders, particularly the Templars and Hospitallers, voiced dissatisfaction, arguing that Frederick's compromise had undermined the crusading ideal and left the city vulnerable. In the Muslim world, reactions were equally complex. Sultan al-Kamil faced criticism for yielding Jerusalem, even though he retained control over the city's most important Islamic sites. For many Muslims, the symbolic loss of the holy city to a Christian ruler was difficult to accept, even if the practical balance of power remained in Ayyubid hands. Some rival princes in Syria used the treaty as propaganda against al-Kamil, portraying him as weak or unfaithful to the memory of Saladin. Ultimately, the peace proved fragile. The treaty established a 10-year truce, but it rested on personal agreements between Frederick and al-Kamil, not on deep reconciliation between the two faiths. After Frederick's departure, local tensions simmered, and when the truce expired in 1239, renewed conflict broke out. Within a generation, Jerusalem once again slipped from Christian control. Thus, the immediate aftermath of the Sixth Crusade revealed the paradox of Frederick's success: a diplomatic masterstroke that restored Jerusalem without war, yet alienated the Pope, divided Christendom, unsettled Muslims, and secured only temporary peace. Historical analysis: the Sixth Crusade stands out in the long history of crusading as one of the most unusual and controversial. Where earlier expeditions were defined by epic battles, sieges, and bloody clashes between Christian and Muslim armies, Frederick II's campaign was characterized by diplomacy rather than warfare. It was the only crusade in which Jerusalem was restored to Christian control through negotiation, not conquest, a striking contrast to the brutal conquests of the First Crusade or the disastrous defeats of later efforts. This uniqueness stemmed from both the circumstances and the character of Frederick himself. As an excommunicated emperor, he could not command the full support of Christendom. His force was too small to wage a successful campaign, and his political enemies at home limited his freedom of action. Yet his education, cultural openness, and pragmatic mindset enabled him to build a relationship with Sultan al-Kamil, who himself faced political divisions within the Ayyubid dynasty. The meeting of these two pragmatic rulers made compromise possible where others had only seen holy war. The Sixth Crusade therefore highlights the tension between diplomacy and military conquest in the crusading movement. Traditionalists condemned Frederick's reliance on negotiation, accusing him of betraying the crusading spirit. But others admired his realism. Rather than spilling blood, he secured the most sacred city in Christendom and allowed pilgrims safe access to its shrines. Was it a success or a failure? In the short term, it was undeniably a success. Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Nazareth were returned to Christian hands, and a decade of peace followed. Yet in the long term, the settlement was fragile. The treaty lacked broad support, and within 15 years, Jerusalem once again fell to Muslim forces. The Sixth Crusade was thus both a triumph of diplomacy and a reminder of the temporary nature of medieval power. The Sixth Crusade, 1228 to 1229, occupies a singular place in the history of the crusading movement. Its long-term impact was paradoxical. It demonstrated that diplomacy could achieve what decades of warfare had failed to secure. Yet it also revealed the fragility of such arrangements. Jerusalem's peaceful restoration under Frederick II was celebrated in the short term, but proved temporary, as the city would again fall to Muslim forces in 1244. The crusade offered a glimpse of an alternative path, negotiation instead of conquest. But medieval politics and religious zeal left little room for lasting compromise. Frederick's legacy remains controversial. To admirers, he was a visionary ruler, the wonder of the world, who used intellect and diplomacy to outmaneuver both his Muslim counterparts and his papal enemies. He achieved what great crusading armies had failed to do, and without bloodshed. Yet to his critics, particularly the papacy, Frederick was a usurper, an excommunicated emperor who dared to claim victory without the church's blessing. His uneasy relationship with the papacy overshadowed his triumph, and his settlement in Jerusalem lacked the institutional support needed to endure. The lessons of the Sixth Crusade are striking. It showed that political realism and cultural understanding could be more effective than brute force, even in an age dominated by holy war. At the same time, it highlighted the deep divisions within Christendom and the limits of peace built on temporary compromises. Ultimately, the Sixth Crusade stands as both a triumph of diplomacy and a cautionary tale about the fleeting nature of medieval power and the complexities of faith, politics, and empire. In 1248, King Louis IX of France launched a grand crusade to strike at the heart of Islam through Egypt. What began with Gloria Damietta ended in disaster at Mansoura, forever shaping the fate of Christendom. Before we dive into the incredible story of the Seventh Crusade, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and give this video a like. By the mid-13th century, the crusading movement had already passed through waves of triumph and disillusionment. Since Pope Urban II's call in 1095, Western Christendom had waged successive expeditions to the Holy Land. The First Crusade achieved its dazzling success with the capture of Jerusalem in 1099, establishing fragile Latin kingdoms. Yet over the next century, the Crusaders faced constant setbacks. The loss of Edessa in 1144 sparked the failed Second Crusade, while Saladin's reconquest of Jerusalem in 1187 overshadowed Christian hopes despite Richard the Lionheart's campaigns in the Third Crusade. Later efforts, most notably the Fourth Crusade's diversion to Constantinople in 1204, further fractured Christian unity, while the Fifth Crusade's failure in Egypt, 1217 to 1221, underscored the limits of European arms against Islamic resilience. By 1248, Christendom was at a crossroads. The Holy Land was still contested, and the crusading ideal, though tarnished, retained its powerful hold on the imagination of rulers and the faithful. It was in this atmosphere that Louis IX of France, later canonized as Saint Louis, took a solemn vow. Gravely ill in 1244, the young king swore that if God granted him recovery, he would lead a crusade to defend Christendom and liberate the Holy Land. His motivations were deeply rooted in a blend of personal piety, dynastic prestige, and a sense of divine kingship. For Louis, crusading was not merely a military enterprise, but a sacred duty, embodying his vision of himself as the most Christian king. The 13th century's religious, political, and military landscape shaped his resolve. Papal authority was still a commanding force, yet divided Christendom faced internal strife shifting alliances, and the growing power of Islamic dynasties, particularly in Egypt. Against this backdrop, Louis's expedition, the Seventh Crusade, emerged as both a continuation of crusading tradition and a bold attempt to reclaim Christian fortunes in the East. Background to the Seventh Crusade. The Seventh Crusade cannot be understood without examining the troubled legacy of earlier expeditions. The Fifth Crusade, 1217 to 1221, had aimed to weaken Muslim power by striking at Egypt, the strategic heart of the Ayyubid dynasty. Initially promising, it ended in disaster when the Crusaders were trapped by the Nile's floods and forced to surrender at Damietta. This failure revealed both the logistical challenges of campaigning in Egypt and the difficulties of maintaining unity among European leaders and papal legates. The Sixth Crusade, 1228 to 1229, led by Emperor Frederick II, unfolded very differently. Through negotiation rather than battle, Frederick secured a treaty with the Ayyubids that temporarily restored Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Nazareth to Christian control, yet his methods were controversial. The Pope had excommunicated him, and many saw his diplomacy as undermining papal authority. Moreover, the territorial gains proved short-lived, as Jerusalem fell again to Muslim forces in 1244. The sense of humiliation weighed heavily on Christendom, fueling calls for renewed action. Meanwhile, the Muslim world was undergoing its own transformations. The Ayyubid dynasty, founded by Saladin, still controlled Egypt and Syria, but it was plagued by internal rivalries. The Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad, though diminished politically, remained a spiritual authority for Islam. Most significantly, a new military class, the Mamluks, slave soldiers who rose through merit, was gaining influence in Egypt. Their discipline and ambition would soon shape the fate of the Crusades, as they prepared to challenge both the Ayyubids and the Crusaders. In Europe, the papacy remained the primary advocate of crusading, promoting it as both a spiritual duty and a unifying cause. Yet enthusiasm among monarchs was uneven. England, the Holy Roman Empire, and smaller principalities were distracted by local conflicts. France, under the deeply devout Louis IX, thus emerged as the central power willing to shoulder the burden of a new crusade, setting the stage for the campaign of 1248. Louis IX, the Crusader king, Louis IX of France, later canonized as Saint Louis, was one of the most remarkable monarchs of medieval Europe. Born in 1214, he ascended the throne in 1226 after the death of his father, Louis VIII. As a young king, he was guided by his mother, Blanche of Castile, whose strict moral upbringing instilled in him an unshakable devotion to the Catholic faith. Unlike many medieval rulers known for ambition or ruthlessness, Louis combined regal authority with deep personal piety. His reputation for fairness, justice, and humility earned him the admiration of his subjects and the respect of churchmen across Europe. By the 1230s, France had achieved a period of relative stability. Louis strengthened royal power, curbed rebellious nobles, and fostered an image of France as the eldest daughter of the Church. This political foundation allowed him to consider ventures beyond his kingdom's borders. His role as a Christian monarch was central to his identity. He viewed kingship not merely as a political duty, but as a sacred trust bestowed by God. Louis's decision to take the cross was deeply personal. In 1234, he fell gravely ill and seemed near death. During this crisis, he vowed that if he recovered, he would dedicate himself to leading a crusade. His recovery, seen as miraculous, reinforced his conviction that God had chosen him for this mission. Over the next few years, between 1234 and 1238, Louis transformed this vow into a fixed goal: embracing the crusade as both a spiritual obligation and a means to defend Christendom. Preparations for the expedition were meticulous. Louis secured papal approval, raised funds through taxation and donations, and organized supplies and ships. He emphasized discipline and religious devotion among his troops, presenting the campaign not only as a war, but as a holy pilgrimage. For Louis, the Seventh Crusade was the fulfillment of both his vow and his vision of kingship. Preparations for the campaign. The preparations for the Seventh Crusade were among the most ambitious undertakings of the 13th century, reflecting Louis IX's determination to lead not just a military expedition, but a spiritual mission. Financing such a vast enterprise was the first challenge. Louis introduced a special crusading tax known as the decime, which was levied on clerical revenues with papal approval. He also contributed large sums from his personal treasury, selling royal lands and jewels to ensure that the campaign would not falter for lack of resources. Wealthy nobles and towns across France were encouraged to donate, presenting the crusade as a collective Christian duty. To transport the army, Louis commissioned the construction of a powerful fleet at Aigues-Mortes, a new Mediterranean port he had developed precisely for this purpose. Unlike most French harbors, Aigues-Mortes lay directly under royal control, enabling Louis to oversee every detail. Shipwrights, carpenters, and merchants worked tirelessly to build and provision galleys, transports, and supply ships capable of carrying thousands of men, horses, and stores across the sea. The port itself was fortified and expanded, a symbol of France's commitment to the crusading cause. Recruitment was another critical element. Louis called upon the great nobles of France, many of whom pledged their service out of loyalty and piety. Knights, foot soldiers, and volunteers flocked to the royal banner, inspired by the king's example. Entire families prepared for the journey, while preachers spread the crusading message across the kingdom, portraying enlistment as both honorable and salvific. Departure and journey to Cyprus, 1248. In the summer of 1248, after years of preparation, King Louis IX set forth on his long-anticipated crusade. The fleet gathered at Aigues-Mortes, where thousands of soldiers, nobles, and pilgrims assembled in a scene of both solemn devotion and martial spectacle. Before departure, Louis personally attended religious ceremonies, reinforcing the spiritual nature of the expedition. The embarkation was carefully coordinated to ensure that troops, horses, weapons, and provisions could survive the arduous sea journey across the Mediterranean. The voyage itself was no small feat. Medieval fleets were vulnerable to storms, disease, and shortages, yet Louis's meticulous planning minimized risks. The fleet maintained close formation, and supply ships carried grain, wine, salted meat, and fresh water to sustain the Crusaders. The crossing was relatively smooth, a testament to both favorable conditions and sound organization. For many Crusaders, the voyage symbolized a sacred passage, a leaving behind of worldly concerns for the service of God. Their first major destination was the island of Cyprus, long a key staging ground for Crusader operations in the eastern Mediterranean. Cyprus offered safe harbors, abundant provisions, and a strategic location near both the Levant and Egypt. Here, Louis established his base of operations, allowing time to regroup, strengthen logistics, and refine his military plans. The island became a vast encampment where armies trained, supplies were stockpiled, and councils of war were held. From Cyprus, Louis and his advisors devised their strategy to strike directly at Egypt, the power center of the Ayyubid dynasty. Past crusading experience had shown that control of Egypt could destabilize Muslim rule across the region and potentially open the road to Jerusalem. Thus, Cyprus was not merely a temporary stop, but the springboard for the bold and risky assault that would define the Seventh Crusade. The Egyptian campaign begins, 1249. In June 1249, Louis IX launched his campaign with a bold strike at the Egyptian port city of Damietta, a target previously contested during the Fifth Crusade. The crusading fleet, carrying tens of thousands of soldiers, knights, and clerics, landed near the mouth of the Nile. Despite fears of a difficult landing, the operation unfolded with surprising success. The Ayyubid garrison, unprepared for the sudden assault, quickly abandoned the city. By early June, Damietta fell almost without resistance, providing the Crusaders with a fortified base and access to the Nile's vital waterways. The capture of Damietta filled the Crusaders with confidence. Louis interpreted the swift victory as a divine sign, reinforcing his belief that God favored their mission. Supplies, wealth, and strategic position were now in Christian hands, and many envisioned a rapid march toward Cairo, the heart of Egypt. Yet this very success bred overconfidence and delay. Instead of advancing immediately, the Crusaders lingered in Damietta through the summer heat. Logistics, disagreements among commanders, and Louis's desire to wait for reinforcements slowed momentum. This pause gave the Egyptians time to regroup, rallying under their commanders and preparing for a counteroffensive. The delay would prove costly as the campaign pressed deeper into Egypt. March toward Cairo, 1249 to 1250. After securing Damietta, Louis IX resolved to march south toward Cairo, the seat of Ayyubid power. Yet the journey through the Nile Delta proved grueling. The Crusaders faced sweltering heat, marshy terrain, and an unforgiving landscape of canals and floodplains. Supplies were difficult to transport, disease spread among the soldiers, and horses weakened in the damp conditions. Despite the hardships, Louis pressed onward, determined to deliver a decisive blow. The march culminated in the Battle of Mansoura in early 1250, one of the most dramatic clashes of the Seventh Crusade. Louis's brother, Robert of Artois, led an impetuous cavalry charge across a pontoon bridge into the city. Initially, the attack achieved stunning success, scattering the Egyptian defenders. But Robert, ignoring orders to consolidate, advanced recklessly into the narrow streets of Mansoura. There, his knights were trapped, surrounded, and cut down in brutal close-quarters fight. Mo brother himself was killed, a devastating blow to both morale and command structure. The Egyptians, now strengthened by the rising power of the Mamluks, turned the tide of battle. These highly trained slave soldiers, loyal and disciplined, proved far more formidable than the Crusaders had anticipated. At Mansoura, they displayed tactical brilliance, containing the Crusader advance and inflicting heavy casualties. Their effectiveness foreshadowed the decisive role they would soon play in Egypt's future. For Louis, the battle was both a test of leadership and a warning. The loss of his brother, the exhaustion of his troops, and the growing strength of the Egyptian resistance revealed the immense challenges of his campaign. Yet, still convinced of his divine mission, he refused to retreat, committing his forces to a struggle that would soon reach a tragic climax. Disaster at Mansoura, 1250. The events following the Battle of Mansoura spiraled into catastrophe for the Crusaders. After Robert of Artois' reckless charge and death, Louis IX tried to stabilize his forces, but the army was already overextended and disorganized in hostile territory. The Crusaders struggled with poor coordination, inadequate supplies, and the unforgiving Nile Delta, which turned maneuvering into a logistical nightmare. At this critical juncture, the Egyptians were led by the brilliant and ambitious Baibars, or rising commander among the Mamluks. Baibars orchestrated a series of counterattacks that exploited the Crusaders' weaknesses. Using hit-and-run cavalry, surprise ambushes, and knowledge of the terrain, he steadily wore down the French. His forces blocked supply routes, harassed encampments, and trapped Louis's army within makeshift fortifications, cutting them off from reinforcements and provisions. Disease, starvation, and exhaustion ravaged the Crusaders as they became increasingly immobilized. What had begun as a confident march toward Cairo had turned into a desperate struggle for survival. Surrounded and weakened, Louis's once mighty army found itself hemmed in by Baibars' relentless tactics and the superior discipline of the Mamluks. The disaster at Mansoura marked the unraveling of the Seventh Crusade, leading directly to the king's capture, the capture of Louis IX, 1250. By early 1250, the Crusader army was in dire straits. Hemmed in around Mansoura, Louis IX and his men faced dwindling supplies and the constant threat of ambush. The unforgiving conditions of the Nile Delta compounded their misery. Disease, particularly dysentery and scurvy, spread rapidly through the ranks, striking down both common soldiers and noble leaders. Weakened and starving, the Crusaders could no longer sustain offensive operations, and the hope of marching on Cairo evaporated. In April, Louis attempted a retreat down the Nile, hoping to withdraw toward Damietta. Yet nature itself turned against him. The annual Nile floods swelled the rivers and canals, cutting off escape routes and making movement nearly impossible for the army and its baggage. Weighed down by sick men, starving horses, and dwindling supplies, the Crusaders found themselves trapped. In the chaos, Egyptian forces under the command of the Mamluks pressed their advantage, relentlessly harassing the retreating army. At the village of Farasker, the French were surrounded. Exhausted, diseased, and hopelessly outnumbered, Louis's army crumbled. Thousands were killed or captured, and the king himself, too ill to stand, was taken prisoner by the Mamluks. His royal dignity did not save him from humiliation, as he was paraded in captivity. The fate of the crusade now rested on negotiations with the Egyptians. Louis agreed to surrender Damietta, which the Crusaders had captured so easily the year before, and to pay a massive ransom of 400,000 livres tournoi, an astronomical sum. Only after this agreement was honored did Louis and the surviving nobles secure their release. The surrender marked not only the collapse of the Seventh Crusade, but also the beginning of Mamluk ascendancy in the region. Imprisonment and ransom. The capture of Louis IX in April 1250 sent shockwaves through Christendom. For the first time in crusading history, a reigning European monarch had fallen into Muslim hands. Louis, weakened by illness and the hardships of the campaign, was treated with a mixture of respect and humiliation by his captors, the Mamluks, who had now become the dominant force in Egypt after overthrowing the Ayyubid leadership. Unlike many prisoners, Louis was not executed or mistreated, but his royal dignity could not disguise the catastrophic failure of his crusade. The question of ransom quickly became the central issue. The Egyptians demanded an immense payment of 400,000 livres tournois, a sum so vast that it strained the finances of France and the Crusader states. The king himself negotiated through intermediaries, demonstrating calmness and resolve even in captivity. Louis agreed to the terms, knowing that without ransom, his army and the remaining Christian prisoners would face destruction. In addition to the money, the Egyptians insisted on the return of Damietta, the crucial port city captured by the Crusaders in 1249. Reluctantly, Louis complied, and Damietta was handed back to Muslim control, erasing the only major gain of the entire expedition. The exchange underscored the futility of the campaign. What had been won with ease was lost in desperation. After the ransom was paid and Damietta surrendered, Louis and the surviving nobles were freed. Yet, instead of returning immediately to France, the king chose to remain in the Levant for several years, reorganizing the Crusader states and attempting to salvage something from the debacle. His imprisonment and ransom, however, became the defining symbol of the Seventh Crusade's failure, a sobering reminder of the limits of even the most devout king's power in the face of determined adversaries. Louis IX in the Holy Land, 1250 to 1254. Although freed in 1250 after paying his ransom, Louis IX did not immediately return to France. Many of his advisors urged him to go home, restore stability, and rebuild his kingdom after the crushing defeat in Egypt. Yet Louis, bound by his vow and driven by his deep sense of piety, refused to abandon the Holy Land while it remained in peril. For nearly 4 years, he based himself in the coastal cities of Acre, Jaffa, and Caesarea, working tirelessly to strengthen the fragile Latin presence in the east. Louis oversaw extensive fortification projects, repairing and expanding city walls, castles, and harbors to withstand Muslim assaults. He personally invested royal funds in these defenses, ensuring that even if the Crusader states lacked manpower, they would not lack strongholds. His presence also reassured the demoralized local Christians, who saw in him a symbol of steadfast faith despite the recent disasters. Diplomacy was another key focus of his efforts. Louis sought to secure allies by opening channels with the Mongols, whose expansion across Asia seemed to threaten both Muslim powers and Christian kingdoms alike. Though these negotiations bore little fruit, they reflected his determination to explore every possibility. At the same time, he attempted truces and dialogues with local Muslim leaders, hoping to buy time for the Crusader states. Within Christendom, he mediated disputes among rival barons and orders, trying to unify a divided front. By 1254, however, the strain of his long absence could no longer be ignored. With news of his mother Blanche of Castile's death and political pressures mounting in France, Louis finally resolved to return. His years in the Holy Land, though yielding no great victories, preserved the Crusader states from immediate collapse and reinforced his reputation as a devout protector of Christendom. Failure and return to France, 1254. By 1254, after nearly 6 years abroad, King Louis IX resolved to return to France. The Seventh Crusade had ended in undeniable failure. The central objective, breaking Muslim power in Egypt and reclaiming Jerusalem, remained unfulfilled. Instead, the Crusaders suffered a devastating defeat at Mansoura, the humiliating capture of their king, and the forced surrender of Damietta. Strategic missteps, logistical difficulties in the Nile Delta, and the rise of the Mamluks all contributed to the collapse of the expedition. Unlike the First Crusade's triumphs, Louis's effort highlighted the diminishing returns of crusading in the 13th century. The costs were immense. Financially, the 400,000 livres ransom drained the French treasury, while additional expenses of fleet building, fortifications, and provisioning left the kingdom burdened. Human losses were even greater. Thousands of knights, soldiers, and pilgrims perished from battle, disease, or captivity. Families in France mourned, and the military strength of the realm was temporarily weakened. For many, the campaign seemed a futile sacrifice with little to show in return. Yet Louis's reputation at home did not suffer as one might expect. His personal bravery, piety, and endurance in captivity inspired respect. Rather than being condemned, he was admired for fulfilling his vow and for his devotion to God in the face of adversity. Chroniclers praised his justice, humility, and unwavering faith, qualities that elevated him beyond the battlefield defeat. Upon his return, Louis turned to governing France with renewed energy, initiating reforms in law, administration, and the strengthening of royal authority. Thus, while the Seventh Crusade was a failure in military and strategic terms, it enhanced Louis IX's personal aura of holiness. This paradox, failure abroad, yet veneration at home, shaped his legacy as both a tragic crusader and a saintly king. Period. The Seventh Crusade, 1248 to 1254, left a profound mark on both France and Christendom. For France, the campaign was a costly venture that drained the royal treasury and claimed thousands of lives. Yet politically, Louis IX's return restored stability, and his governance reforms, strengthening royal justice, curbing corruption, and centralizing authority, outweighed the material losses of the failed expedition. In Christendom more broadly, the Crusade reinforced doubts about the effectiveness of large-scale expeditions to the east. The dream of reclaiming Jerusalem by force seemed increasingly unrealistic, eroded by repeated failures and shifting geopolitical realities. One of the most significant outcomes was the rise of the Mamluks in Egypt. The debacle at Mansoura and Louis' capture accelerated their consolidation of power. Soon after, the Mamluks overthrew the Ayyubids, establishing a dynasty that would dominate Egypt and Syria for centuries. They emerged as the Crusaders' most formidable opponents, defeating later Crusades and ultimately expelling Christian forces from the Holy Land. Thus, the Seventh Crusade indirectly paved the way for a stronger, more unified Muslim power in the region. For later Crusaders, the expedition offered sobering lessons. It demonstrated the dangers of overconfidence, the logistical impossibility of campaigning in the Nile Delta, and the futility of attempting to subdue Egypt without overwhelming resources. Subsequent crusading efforts, such as the Eighth Crusade, also led by Louis IX, were shaped by these hard-learned realities, though they too ended in disappointment. Despite failure, Louis IX's personal sanctity redefined the memory of the Crusade. His piety, endurance in captivity, and unwavering devotion to God inspired admiration across Europe. In 1297, the Church canonized him as Saint Louis, elevating his image from a defeated Crusader king to a model of Christian kingship. His legacy was thus not military triumph, but moral and spiritual authority, an enduring symbol of the crusading ideal transformed into saintly virtue. Conclusion: the Seventh Crusade stands as one of the most dramatic episodes of the later crusading era. Though it ended in failure, its significance lies in what it revealed about the realities of faith, leadership, and military ambition in the 13th century. At its heart was Louis IX, whose devotion and personal courage inspired loyalty but could not overcome the logistical challenges of Egypt's terrain or the growing strength of the Mamluks. His capture symbolized the vulnerability of even the most powerful Christian monarch when confronted with determined opponents and harsh realities. The Crusade also underscores the tension between faith and pragmatism. Louis's commitment to his vow embodied the highest ideals of Christian kingship, yet his unyielding sense of duty blinded him to practical limits. The military campaign collapsed under poor strategy, disease, and overconfidence. But the king's personal sanctity elevated him in the eyes of his contemporaries and later generation. Ultimately, the Seventh Crusade was a military disaster, but a spiritual triumph in shaping Louis' reputation. It highlighted the declining effectiveness of the crusading movement, while cementing the king's image as a saintly ruler whose legacy endured beyond the battlefield. Faith, leadership, and failure intertwined to define its enduring place in history. In 1270, King Louis IX marched one last time under the cross, only to meet death on foreign soil. The Eighth Crusade began with faith and ended in tragedy at Tunis. Before we dive into this forgotten crusade, don't forget to subscribe and support our history journey. The Eighth Crusade of 1270, led by King Louis IX of France, stands as one of the last major crusading expeditions of the High Medieval period. Unlike earlier crusades, which directly targeted the Latin East or attempted to wrest the Holy Land from Muslim control, this campaign diverted to the North African coast, Tunis in particular, and ended in failure and tragedy after an epidemic decimated the Crusader camp and Louis himself died. The Crusades' brief operations, diplomatic outcomes, and its aftermath illuminate late medieval Mediterranean politics, dynastic rivalry, papal aims, commercial interests, and the changing feasibility of large-scale, cross-Mediterranean holy war. This essay examines the Eighth Crusade in context, its origins, motives, logistics, campaign events at Tunis, the death of Saint Louis, the negotiated settlement, and the consequences for Christendom and the Islamic polities of the Western Mediterranean. Louis XIII, reigning from the year 1226 to 1270, canonized in the year of our Lord 1297, and remembered as Saint Louis, embodied the ideal of the pious crusading monarch. He had already led the Seventh Crusade from the year 1248 to 1254 to Egypt, where he was captured and later ransomed. The experience did not deter him from renewing vows to take up the cross. Louis's personal devotion, his reputation for justice and reform at home, and the moral prestige he brought to crusading made his leadership in the 1270 expedition a potent symbol even before the campaign began. His piety, combined with a desire to restore Christian influence in the Eastern Mediterranean and to protect remaining Latin possessions, provided the public rationale for another expedition. However, the political map of the mid-13th century Mediterranean had shifted. The major Muslim power in the Eastern Mediterranean, Egypt, under the Ayyubids and then the Mamluks, posed a stronger, more consolidated force than in earlier decades. Meanwhile, dynastic and commercial rivalries, especially the expansion of Charles of Anjou, Louis's brother, in Sicily and southern Italy, recast Mediterranean priorities. These complex political dynamics helped shape the target and character of the 1270 expedition. When Louis prepared for a new crusade in the late 1260s, several factors influenced where the expedition might strike. Louis had originally intended to aid the Latin states in the east and to pressure Egypt, following the logic of previous campaigns. Yet by 1270, the idea of attacking Egypt directly, still logistically daunting, had to compete with other proposals. One critical influencer was Charles of Anjou, who as King of Sicily had both personal and political reasons to direct crusading energy toward North Africa. Control of Tunis would bolster Charles's commercial and strategic position and could weaken rivals. it might also produce payments or vassalage benefits that would assist future ventures to the east. Historians debate the degree to which Louis himself favored Tunis versus being persuaded by Charles and by the political calculus of the moment. Contemporary and later accounts suggest a mix of religious motive, the conversion or curbing of Muslim polities, and political financial aims among the crusading leadership. Tunis, as the seat of the Hafsid dynasty, was a wealthy North African port with extensive maritime links across the Mediterranean. Capturing Tunis or coercing its emir into an alliance offered the prospect of a base for further operations and of revenue to support a wider project against Muslim powers. Practically, Tunis was closer to the departure points in southern France and Sicily than Alexandria or Damietta, simplifying logistics for a trans-Mediterranean force composed largely of Western European contingents. Still, the diversion to Tunis has been criticized by contemporaries and modern historians as strategically unsound if the overriding objective was to relieve the Latin East. Preparations for the crusade took shape in the late 1260s. On the ecclesiastical side, the papacy encouraged new campaigns and offered spiritual incentives, indulgences, and support for noble recruitment. Louis assembled a diverse force of French nobles and their retinues. Important participants included his brothers, notably Charles of Anjou, though Charles had his own separate interests, members of the Capetian family, and many princes and barons from northern France, Flanders, and Poitou. A notable contingent under Robert of Flanders and other northern lords joined, along with naval support from allied powers. The intention was to assemble a strong expeditionary force capable of maritime operation, ships, transports, horses, siege equipment, and supplies. Despite careful organization, the expedition faced logistical and weather constraints common to medieval maritime operations. The difficulty of maintaining healthy provisions for men and horses at sea, securing safe convoys across pirate-threatened waters, and coordinating combined fleets from different polities. Louis himself left in July 1270 from Aegis Mortis with a large fleet and an ethos of personal sacrifice. Though older than in 1248, he insisted on leading from the front and sharing the hardships of his men. The Crusader fleet sailed in summer 1270 and reached the environs of Tunis in early July. Contemporary chroniclers emphasize the initial optimism. The fleet disembarked with relatively little opposition, and the Crusaders conducted a series of landings and minor engagements, at times achieving local advantages. Some accounts record the capture of nearby positions and the seizing of supplies. The landings and early operations suggested that a decisive blow against the Hafsid regime might be possible if the Crusaders could secure enough resources and maintain health in the camp. However, the campaign's window for success was narrow. Mediterranean summers brought heat and disease. The marshy coastal grounds around Tunis, combined with supply problems and unfamiliar conditions for large European armies, created an environment in which disease could rapidly spread. Medieval armies suffered disproportionately from dysentery, typhus, malaria, and other epidemic illnesses when operating in coastal or marshy areas, especially when sanitation and clean water were compromised. The Crusader camp at Tunis proved vulnerable in precisely these ways. By mid-July into August, disease began to ravage the Crusader host. Sources from both Christian and Muslim chroniclers report a deadly outbreak, often described as dysentery or a similar epidemic illness that killed many soldiers and camp followers. The toll included members of the nobility and key leaders. Most dramatically, King Louis IX fell ill and died on 25th August 1270. Accounts vary in precise medical diagnosis. Medieval chroniclers used terms and symptom descriptions that cannot be pinned down to modern clinical certainty. But the consensus is that disease, likely an acute intestinal infection such as dysentery or typhus, aggravated by the harsher summer conditions, caused the king's death. Louis's death ended whatever fragile momentum the expedition had. Louis's death had immediate political and psychological effects. As the principal symbol and driving force of the crusade, the king's demise undermined morale and created a leadership vacuum. Louis's heir, Philip III, and other leaders faced a choice between pressing on under uncertain command or negotiating a withdrawal that would preserve survivors and salvage some honors. The decision to halt offensive operations and to negotiate was shaped by practical concerns, continued disease, fresh losses, and the lack of a decisive victory to justify further slaughter. In the wake of Louis's death, Charles of Anjou, who had been campaigning in the region and had his own fleet and political aims, took a leading role in negotiating with the Hafsid Emir of Tunis. The result was a diplomatic settlement, frequently labeled the Treaty or Agreement of Tunis, concluded to secure the safe evacuation of the Crusaders and to extract concessions from the emir. Terms reportedly included the release of Christian prisoners, guarantees of certain trading rights and protections for Christian merchants and clergy, and an indemnity or payment to the crusading leaders. Different sources quantify the payment differently, and medieval chroniclers often emphasize the bargain aspect. Charles's interest in monetary compensation and recognition of his regional influence was viewed skeptically by some contemporaries, who suspected mercenary motives. From the Hafsid perspective, the agreement allowed the regime of Tunis to survive a potentially existential threat while weakening its prestige and draining its coffers. For the Crusaders, the treaty permitted the withdrawal of surviving forces and some recovery of honor, though many contemporaries and later chroniclers judged the campaign a failure for failing to achieve any lasting crusading gains in the Levant. The negotiated settlement, then, represented a pragmatic and limited outcome: lives and some concessions in return for abandoning the broader crusading aims. After the treaty, Crusader forces embarked and returned across the Mediterranean. Some contingents, such as the English under Prince Edward, later Edward I, had arrived too late to play an effective role or had already sailed home. The remnants of Louis's expedition returned to Europe. Philip III assumed the French throne and faced questions about his capacity to sustain such expensive and hazardous enterprises. In France, Louis's moral stature as a saintly king grew in the years after his death, even as his crusading endeavors were scrutinized for their human cost and limited strategic success. Crusading fervor continued in Europe, but the failure in Tunis reinforced a longer-term trend: the difficulty of projecting sustained crusading power across the Mediterranean, and the growing dominance of regional Muslim polities in the Mediterranean littoral. Strategically, the Eighth Crusade altered few territorial realities in the short term. The Crusaders did not secure a lasting base in North Africa, nor did they relieve the Latin East. But it had important political and economic consequences. The expedition weakened the Hafsid emir's finances and prestige, and opened or reaffirmed trade relationships in the wake of the treaty. Charles of Anjou's ambitions in the region were reinforced in certain ways. Though his continued involvement in Mediterranean politics would prove controversial and destabilizing elsewhere, notably in Sicily. The Crusades' failure to reach or assist the Levantine Christian states underscored the shift in where power and opportunity lay in the Mediterranean. Increasing importance of maritime commerce and of regional dynasties with seaworthy fleets and bases, for example, Genoa, Venice, the North African Emirates, the emerging power of the Mamluks in Egypt. Culturally and ideologically, Louis's death and subsequent canonization reinforced the image of the crusading Saint King, a model of pious self-sacrifice whose personal sanctity could obscure strategic failure. For later medieval writers and clerics, Louis's reputation as an exemplar of Christian kingship persisted, even as the European political elite debated whether large-scale crusades remained feasible or desirable. Modern historians have debated multiple aspects of the Eighth Crusade, chiefly why Tunis was selected, whether Louis truly intended Tunis as the primary target or whether he was persuaded by Charles, and how to balance praise for Louis's piety with criticism of the expedition's poor outcomes. Some scholarship emphasizes the Mediterranean context. The crusade should be seen less as a straightforward attempt to reconquer the Holy Land and more as an expression of mid-13th century Mediterranean policy, where economic, dynastic, and papal interests intersected. Other studies scrutinize source biases. French chronicle traditions tended to sanctify Louis, while Arabic chronicles portray the Hafsid court's maneuvers and the resilience of Tunisian defenses. Cross-cultural readings, including Arabic sources, reveal the complexity of the encounter and challenge monolinear narratives of Christian aggression and Muslim passivity. Recent scholarship has also used the Tunis expedition to explore the role of disease in medieval warfare and statecraft. Epidemic outbreaks in medieval campaigns were not rare, but the death of a monarch on campaign, Louis's example, had a disproportionate effect on both immediate outcomes and on how contemporaries and later generations narrated the event. The interplay of environment, logistics, and human agency in these narratives has attracted interdisciplinary study, history, epidemiology, and environmental analysis. Viewed in long perspective, the Eighth Crusade marks a turning point. It is among the last of the large pilgrim military expeditions from Western Christendom, undertaken with such high royal involvement. In the century following 1270, crusading rhetoric continued, and smaller campaigns and orders persisted. But the era of mass royal-led crusades that had characterized the 12th and 13th centuries waned. The failure at Tunis signaled the growing difficulty of achieving decisive Christian gains in the Mediterranean through force alone, and it highlighted the importance of diplomacy, naval power, and commerce. Moreover, the expedition underscored the limits of sanctity as a substitute for clear strategic planning and local political knowledge. Louis IX's canonization and enduring legacy, especially in France, complicated assessments. He was both celebrated as a saint and criticized by some contemporaries who viewed his crusading projects as costly. For the Muslim polities of North Africa, the campaign was a severe challenge, but ultimately a survivable one that demonstrated tactical resilience and diplomatic adaptability. For Charles of Anjou, the campaign added to his Mediterranean footprint, though at a cost to his reputation in some circles. The Eighth Crusade of 1270, though short and often judged a failure in military terms, offers a concentrated case study of late medieval crusading, piety entwined with dynastic ambition, maritime logistics confronting environmental realities, and military enterprise giving way to negotiation and commerce. The death of Louis IX in Tunis turned the crusade from an act of royal piety into an emblem of crusading limits, an event that reinforced the sanctity of a king in Christian memory, even as it underscored the practical limits of holy war in a changing Mediterranean world. As historians continue to reassess the period, the Tunis expedition remains a rich subject for understanding the interplay of religion, power, and the unforgiving constraints of climate, health, and geography that shaped medieval politics.